What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout, for it should be a lineup building stream because it's the new game week starting in Sorare in a few hours. But I have no lineup to build at all. So instead, what we're gonna do is I need to try and sell some players before the game week starts. So I'm gonna be trying to focus on just shifting out the players for the midweek that I don't need, that maybe other managers need, and then what we're going to do, I'm going to try and use the collective luck of the stream to see if we can win another epic card on Ultimate Champions, because we have rewards to claim on Ultimate Champions, and we can do... I've already done a lineup for Ultimate Champions this week for the midweek, but maybe I need to go back and change it based on the players that I win in the packs that we're about to open. And then, of course, what we'll be doing as well, which is why I've titled the stream in this way. Of course, we have our new energy in Pooky, which means we can start to spend it and we can start to make predictions for this upcoming week. And that gives you guys a brand new opportunity to try and win some limited Sorare cards of your choice, just for giving me a score on a game. So at the moment, all of the coupons are available, including the throw your hat in the ring, which is the coupon that allows you to predict a game. If you don't know how it went for us on the weekend, then let me just show you. Well, I say how it went for the community on the weekend, really. Right. Here we go. So we've already had a winner, and we've already given the card to the winner. So they've chosen it and they've received it, and that was David C. So congratulations to David C., who was the only winner from Throw Your Hat in the Ring at this weekend. Everybody else came very close, but no cigar. They did not get an exact score. So unlucky, guys, but thank you for your predictions again, because I actually thought that we really should have got a couple of more, and you're very unlucky not to get a couple more winners there. So what we're going to do, we're going to clear the board here. Okay, start off fresh because it's a brand new game week. All right, there we go. And as I say, you can start to give me predictions right now. If you're new on the channel and you don't know how this works, let me just show you. Okay, it's very easy, very simple, and everybody can play. So we cover Sorare and we cover Pooky on the channel here. And both of these games, you can sign up today for free, and you can get some freebies by using the links that you'll find in the chat from the Nightbot, which Twitch Gaming has very helpfully posted in there. So again, big shout out to Twitch Gaming. Does a great job at getting those links out. So the Throw Your Hat in the Ring is a competition that I run every week, where everybody, and I literally mean everybody, you don't need to be a sub to this channel, you don't need to be following me, you don't need to be doing any of that. Although, of course, I'd like you to. So if you enjoy the content, if you want to make sure that you don't miss when we go live, if you want to have benefits of being on the channel as a sub, then of course feel free to do that, and please do give me a follow as well. But you don't need to do that in order to play this competition, okay? All you need to do is you literally just need to give me a game that you want to give us a score for, and then I put the score into Pooky for my game week, and if that game ends up being the exact score that you predicted, you get to choose what limited card you want to win from my gallery. And it's really easy to do. In order for you to do it, you need to redeem Throw Your Hat in the Ring, okay? So Throw Your Hat in the Ring, if you look at the chat, there's a little yellow ticket. If you click on that ticket, it brings up all the coupons, and then you want to select Throw Your Hat in the Ring. As soon as you've done that, I'll then ask you for a game that you want to predict in the USA League, because we always predict in the USA League, okay, this one here. And then I'm going to ask you for a game and then a score. And then that's it. We get going. Let's have a little look to see who we've got. Drunken Penguin, hello to you, man. Hello to Nasty Flame as well. Hello also to Samila K, Big Merc. How much do you think I'd need to spend to build a rare SO5 lineup? I'd like to take my first baby steps into rare. I think you could easily do it today, easily, for like £200. Easily. £200 or less, actually. I think with good, smart scouting, you could probably do it for around 150. And that would give you a solid team, at least for Threshold, Cap 240, and some of the cap modes. And then what you could do is you could be entering that team, that lineup, in the cap modes for the rest of the transition period. And then you'll be able to win some cards and some money during that transition period, which will allow you to progressively improve your squad. Big Merc. I reckon you can do it, yeah, easily. We haven't done some lineup. Well, we haven't done like a build it like Barca on the stream. So maybe that's something we can do for you later if you fancy it. But for now, I can see that Big Merc is the first guy in here to redeem Throw Your Hat in the Ring. So, away we go. This is how it's going to work. Big Merc, he has redeemed Throw Your Hat in the Ring. I'm going to ask him for a game now from the USA League that he wants to predict in. If you guys are wondering why we do the USA League, it is purely because it has some of the most games that you can predict in a single game week. And so if we can do a league that has the most amount of games, then it means that more of you guys can take part in it and more of you guys can then hopefully win cards, right? The reason we don't do the Premier League is because there's only every week, well, apart from this week, but usually there's only like 10 games that can be predicted, which means that only 10 people can take part. Whereas if we do the USA League, and also there's like the Argentina League, which we could do from time to time, those two leagues consistently every week have 14 games, which means 14 people can take part. So if you're just wondering why we're doing this one, it's largely because of that. It's also because the USA League is quite fun. It's goal crazy, usually, and you get some really wacky scorelines. So if we ever got a wacky prediction that then came true, it'd be an amazing win for the community. So what's he saying, Big Merc? Where's Big Merc at? Hey, Scout, did you see that post on Twitter I tagged you in? Someone selling Fontas Rare 1 out of 100. I did see it, yeah. I did see that. Thank you for tagging me in. It was Pia Burner, right? MLS Pia Burner, I think, who was selling it. Yeah. I mean, I think if I was still buying rares, then I would probably look at it because it's a rare Fontas 1 out of 100. But yeah, not quite for me at the moment at this stage. But thank you for tagging me, man. All right. So where we at? Big Merc says Atlanta versus Cincinnati, and he wants to go for 2-1. Okay, love it. Right, so this is also what we've got to think about here. We've recently just got this ball up to max level, and we've already got this ball up to max level, so we don't need to be using them anymore, and we shouldn't be using them whilst they are at max level, because then our XP is just going to be wasted, right? What we should do, and we will do it, but just not now, is we will combine these two rare balls to create a $400 epic ball, and then we're going to get that value in the new Pooky update in August, which is going to be great. But for now, we need to focus on the other Pooky balls here to try and get the other two rares that we've got far up to max level. So we're going to use, I think, this one is so not suited. This one's like an under 2.5 ball. It's so not right. This one's not that great either. All right, doesn't really matter. We need to be thinking about the update rather than the here and now. So let's use this one because this is so close to 60 now. And we're going to put in 2-1. Okay, so Big Merc goes for 2-1. Thank you so much for the prediction, Big Merc. And let's do it. Let's do it. Hopefully it ends up being 2-1 because if it does, then he will be able to win a limited card and they'll be able to choose which one they want. I threw a couple more cards into the list, which you guys can pick from. I threw a couple more in yesterday. So I threw in the likes of Alvin, who's the under 23 goalkeeper that I won recently. I threw in Aaron Barry, who I also won 11 days ago. I also threw in Vincent Vermey. Vincent's actually really good. it potentially gets a move in the summer. I don't know, but I was tempted to keep him because he is fantastic, and when he plays, he has this potential where he can just hit like really high. But I figured that he'd probably be better off being won by one of you guys and then used more. I'm probably not really going to be using him, so he's a little bit wasted on me. So if it was a rare, it'd be different because, you know, I'd probably be keeping him, but limited, you guys know I not really too fussed about building out my limited collection anymore. And so, yeah, just figured a good one to add into the pool here for you guys to win. So a couple more new cards in there. Let's add, where's it gone? Where's it gone? Here we go. Atlanta 2, Cincinnati 1. All right. Good luck, Big Merc. And away we go. 2 1s locked in. And then what we're going to do, we're going to go back to the subs list here. And we're going to use this tab and we're going to simply type in Atlanta versus Cincy. We know who it is. And then we're going to do 2-1. And of course it is Big Merc, who's probably just finished at the gym or got back from the gym, right? I can predict it now, I think. Thank you so much, Big Merc, for that. Do we have any more at the moment? I don't think we've got any more. But if anybody does want to get themselves on the list here, it's first come, first served. So once all 14 predictions are done by you guys, that's it. You'll have to wait until next week to have a chance to win a limited card. And remember, you don't need to be a sub to take part in this. You don't even need to have a Pooky account to take part in this, right? Because we're doing the predictions on my Pooky account. You just literally need to give me a prediction. Make sure that you've earned enough of the coupons as well. You can earn those just from being on the live streams here. So right now you're earning them. So try and jump on as much as you can. Also, if you gift out subs or if you sub to the channel, you can earn even more coupons. If you follow the channel, you can earn even more. Basically, there's a whole raft of different interactions you can do on the channel, which are going to allow you to earn even more coupons at a much quicker rate. Subs earn them at a much quicker rate as well, which means that if you're earning coupons quicker, you can enjoy more of the benefits, right, compared to non-subs. So just keep all that in mind, and I'll be keeping an eye out for more throw your hat in the rings that get redeemed, and then when they do, we'll switch back over to Pooky, and you guys will give me the game, and then we'll put the prediction in. So, hello to Arthur. Good afternoon. I almost lost 50 energy this morning and made my predictions for the UCL within 2 minutes. We actually need to do that. Yeah, we need to make those predictions for myself. Thank you for reminding me. Also, hold on a minute. Okay, yeah. Oh my God. I was going to say, like, why do we have 238 when I know that we have 248? And I completely forgot that we just spent 10 to make that prediction. All right, makes sense now. Also, this is what we won from the weekend on Pooky. We won 3.25 Matic, which I think is about £2.50. So it wasn't a great game week for us, but it still is money that we're getting for very little effort. And so that's the way we need to look at it. £2.50 for about 2 minutes of our time. Perfect. We take it. And we also get 181 POC, which is actually, to be honest with you, a lot more valuable for me than the Matic really is, because with the new update coming in Pooky, being able to upgrade and max out the levels of all your Pokeballs is so important now that it's way more important to get a huge amount of POC than it is to get the Matic. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. We're going to claim the rewards, right? Unfortunately, we are not going to have enough Matic to go and buy a new Pokeball or sticker packs because they are dropping in 5.5 hours. So remember, guys, this is a golden opportunity. I really mean it. They've even reminded everyone down here now about the new update, what it means, why you should be taking advantage of these supply drops from now until the update comes into the game. Because at the moment, and until the update comes into the game, every single asset every single Pokeball, every single sticker pack in the game is 20% off, right? So you can buy it today for a lot cheaper, like completely discounted. And then in August, what will happen is that Sorare will then they'll take a snapshot of your gallery or your collection, right? And they'll see that, okay, let's say that you buy a common Pokeball today, right? Commons are currently worth $19 at the moment, $19.49. Let's say you buy one today, and then you've only got that one common Pokeball in your Pookie account come the day where they take that snapshot of your account, right? They'll then look and say, you've got one common Pokeball, so we're going to give you $25 in your account. Not $20, not $19 or whatever you paid for it. They're going to give you a minimum of $25. For the rares, you can buy the rares today for $78 in August. If you've only got, for example, to keep it nice and easy, let's say you've only got one rare in your account, they're not going to give you $78 like as a buyback, as a credit. They're going to give you $100 if you have a level 0, like, so basically an unleveled up Pokeball. Basically, you buy today for cheap, and then you're going to get a lot more money from your assets that you own in August, which you can then use in the new update. And it's absolutely brilliant. It's so good, which is why all of these Pokeballs are selling out really quickly. It's why all the sticker packs are selling out. You can see here, big reminder, everything's 20% off. Take advantage of it, guys, honestly, because it will really give you a huge advantage come August. So yeah, we have redeemed our rewards, I think. Have we? I thought we just done it. What's going on? Okay, apparently we didn't. Now we can do it. I didn't create a transaction on the blockchain, but this time I did. So my balances are going to update in a minute. And then we'll see if we can upgrade anything. By the way, how amazing was that yesterday that when we were looking at the Pokeballs, right? The common Pokeball was only $15 yesterday, right? Because of the changes in fluctuation of the Matic price, right? Today it's still very good. It's like 1948, but yesterday, which is why I had to send, you guys might have seen it, which is why I sent this tweet yesterday. They were $16. I've never seen a common Pokeball so cheap ever in the 10 months that I've been playing Pookie. So big congrats to whoever ended up buying the remaining 10 for $16, because believe me, you spent $16, you're now going to get $25 for those purchases in August. That's just incredible. So yeah, guys, don't miss out, okay? I wish that I had enough here to go and buy another Pokeball or a sticker pack. I don't, and I kind of need the money that I've got in my bank. I need that for other things. So yeah, also something to keep in mind is that, look, you can see that this is a new drop now with new Pokeballs in there. So you are now going to get balls from the USA, Argentina, Brazil, Japan. It's kind of useful to know, because maybe you didn't have a USA, Argentina, Brazil, or Japanese ball, like the Summer League balls, right? But maybe you were still playing those leagues and you just didn't have an additional bonus from doing it. Now you will be able to get that additional bonus of scoring if you are able to pick up and at least pull a USA, Argentina, Brazil, and Japanese ball. So yeah, if you want to play more of the summer leagues, because the European leagues are nearly finished, and you want to try and maximize your earning potential from it, then try and pick up the balls today and see if you can get lucky and get one of these 4 here that will really help you when the European seasons are finished. Did we have another one? We did. Sorry, I've only just seen that now from David. Good old David. Hello, man. So, guys, David was the viewer that won the Throw Your Hat in the Ring from the weekend. And I've just seen that he has redeemed another Throw Your Hat in the Ring. He says that he wants to do 3-1 for Columbus versus Portland. Okay, cool. So we're going to go back here. You can see that Columbus versus Portland is the very first game. So David gets this right. He understands how to do this because last week he predicted the first game of the game week, right? And he got it exactly correct. And there is an advantage in picking the first game because if you pick the first game and you get it 100% correct, you will get first choice on the cards that we're giving away, right? So you know this big list here with like 37 cards in it. Okay, let's say that we have like 5 winners in a game week, right? Well, how do we distribute the cards to the 5 winners, right? What's the fair way to do it? Well, the fairest way to do it actually is whoever gets in first, and whoever gets the first exact score in a game week then gets first dibs on the card that they can win. So he's going for the first game again. I like it. And David says he wants to go for 3-1. Okay, so 3-1 to Columbus there. And we're going to use the same ball and we're going to lock that in there. So David, good luck to you, man. Thank you so much for the prediction. Let's also add you onto the list, right? Okay, most important that we do that. So Columbus, right, versus Portland. And then we're going to go for 3-1. And it's going to be David, the legend, David C. 1991. There you go, man. So you're on the list again. So I hope that you can deliver another exact score for me because that one you gave me on the weekend was brilliant, man. Really good. Like nailed it with a 2-2. So yeah, fingers crossed, man. And again, if you get it exactly correct, you'll get to choose first what is the card that you want to win from the pool. Yeah, hopefully 2 in a row. We haven't had that yet. You could be the first one ever to have 2 in a row. Any decent lineups the midweek? Asked Similar Kate. No, I had one decent lineup, but I decided to sell the players, and I still have a few more players to sell. You can see them here. So if anyone's actually looking for players for the midweek in Rare, I have an Aaron Herrera too, but he's not playing in the midweek. If anyone's looking for midweek players, then Pacheco, Hoyos, and Lucero all play in the midweek. They've all got quite good fixtures as well, and they have relatively low L15s, which makes them perfect for the cat modes too. Feel free to ping me an offer if you're interested in any of those 3, or in general, any of these players at all, and I can probably do you some kind of a deal, right? So yeah, I'm trying to sell Lucero, Hoyos, and Pacheco for the midweek. I have actually sold quite a few over the last 24 hours, which is good to see because I know that some of you would have seen my tweet from yesterday. The market is okay, but it's definitely nowhere as fluid or as liquid as it used to be. And I really do miss those days where you didn't really have to worry too much about when you're going to sell a player. You could just put a player up and then just pretty much know that they would sell on that day, and usually very quickly. But it's a little bit more of a waiting game when you're selling players on Sorare. And it still is now. I was kind of hoping that we would have been able to sell the players that I really wanted to. And to be fair, I have sold quite a few. So we sold Pochettino yesterday for £17, Hansen for £7.49. We also sold Luka Susic for $6.20, Brad Stuver for $11.49, and I feel like we sold somebody else as well. Let's look at sold. Am I missing somebody? Oh yeah, and then we sold like Kim Jin Hyuk a few days ago. So, you know, we've been making a couple of sales, right? There's opportunities out there. All right, anyone else got any good midweek lineups at all? Because Threshold is gone, the demand for those players has gone down a lot. Well, yeah, I mean, you're right. Threshold technically hasn't gone, but I get what you're saying is that a new player that comes into the game, won't technically be able to they won't be able to play Threshold, right? If they've never played the game before. And so then those players for Threshold will have even less demand, because then there's new demand in the game, but that new demand won't really buy the players for that type of game mode, is there? Yeah. I think we all know why, though. It's not really just that. It is that, but we also really know that it's just a case of there's just far too many cards compared to the number of active users, right? And so it's still a little bit sluggish. We need a lot more people in the game. And hopefully, when they get rivals up to standards, that will do that in the summer. Yeah, gone. Yeah, gone with the quotation marks. Yeah. I don't think people are really actually buying cards for Cap 240 anymore. No, probably not. I think I agree with you on that. Probably not. I mean, like, I'm not buying any cards anymore for 240. It's largely because I've already got like enough players that I can play in there. But I think if I didn't have enough players for 240, would I still be buying players for 240? Probably not. Just because you know it's being phased out, right? So why would you necessarily buy players for a competition that you're not going to be able to use in as much, right? So it's kind of why I like Pooky, what Pooky are doing, because they know that with their new update, for example, these Pooky balls are being replaced by league passes, right? So you'd almost be thinking, well, what's the point in buying Pooky balls, right? If they're going to be going in a few months' time, kind of similar to what we were talking about there. Why buy players for 240 when you know it's going to be kind of like scaled back? Whereas obviously on Pooky, they're doing a discount so that you buy it cheap today, knowing that it is going to be phased out in a few months' time, but then you're going to be credited back the full value, not the discount value. So you actually make money doing it, which I think is really smart from them. But yeah, you're right. I don't think many people are really still buying players for 240. I think if anything, probably managers are thinking about buying players for the special weeklies, which are happening much more regularly now, and also some of the new format competitions as well. Is there any way to earn anything free to play on Pooky? There is. You can earn. It's a good question from Nasty Flame. You can basically win a common Pooky ball. You can win one of these here, but you've got to be incredibly lucky to do it. Like, you have to win free to play in a game week, right? And there's usually like a minimum of 1,000 people playing. So your odds to win are so low. It's definitely one of probably the weakest areas on Pooky, the free to play side. It's much more geared towards, like, the free to play is much more geared towards like showing you how it works, and so you can get a handle and an idea of what's good and what's not, and what's working for you. And then once you've kind of got the hang of it in a free to play environment where you can kind of make all your mistakes right, then it's the incentive to kind of even just drop like $20 into the game, buy a Pooky ball at common, and then basically start earning money from it. And if you buy a common Pooky ball, you can earn your money back on it so quickly. It's a really good investment. But yeah, the free to play at the moment isn't that great in terms of just being able to grind for rewards. But there is a new free to play that they are working on that will be coming as part of the new update. So that'll be interesting to see what happens there. What's going on with my Lucero here? Go back. Oh, we also need to do our Champions League predictions, because that is something that I could easily forget today to do. Where we at? Cards on sale. Okay. I did actually have an offer for my Lucero, but I kind of counted it. And then this is what happened, right? I counted the guy who sent me an offer for Lucero, and then he countered back, which was actually kind of an okay. He must have bought another one. Yeah, so I think he bought the other one now. Interesting. Yeah, because there were like 3. Well, I think there were like 5. There were quite a few. So look, yeah, look. 7 minutes ago, 23 minutes ago. Okay, cool. So that was M Pen. Okay. So maybe mine is just a little bit too highly priced. I might drop it down, but I might make that decision in like an hour's time. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Hello, don't forget the Academy teams if you haven't done them too, says Leaguemart. Very good point. Yeah, exactly. If you're getting a hang of the game, just stick in free to play for the time being. And then when you feel like you're ready to take the step up, then you can literally like just drop $20 into the game. You can even buy it with a card if you want to. So you don't even have to deposit crypto into the game. And then once you've got that common at like 20% discount, you can then start to earn money back on it. So from now until the new update, you'll easily be able to earn $20 back in Pooky, right? So you'll be able to recoup your whole cost. So you can then you're basically then playing stake free. And then in August, Pooky will then look at your account. And if you've only got the one common, they'll then say, okay, you paid $20 for it back in whenever, like say April. We're now going to basically give you $25 for it. So really, yeah, keep playing free to play if you want to try and get a bit more of a hang of it. But then when you do, don't miss this opportunity to get these assets now for so cheap, and then to get full value given to you, credited to you in a few months' time. Okay. Yeah, let's leave the pricing at that for now, and then we'll come back to that maybe. Or do we? Yeah, I think we do. Yeah, I think we do. How long will we be able to buy this offer? Right up until August. So it's ongoing now. It's every week. Yeah, 20% discount. Okay. Let's go back. I'm not buying any cards right now because I'm saving to buy in-season Challenger EU cards next season. Do you think some other managers are doing similar things? Probably, yeah. I'm kind of doing the same myself, actually, apart from I'm not aiming to buy Challenger. I want to buy Champion rare cards next season. So it's part of the reason why I'm also trying to sell. I want to actually cash out a lot of this money, but then I just want to be trying to turn a lot of my cards into money to help me on that journey to try and get more champion cards. Yeah, I did see that yesterday, actually. I saw the tweet that Kofi could be on his way to Lons. That's pretty good if he's going to be the starter. That would be pretty good. I think it would be better for me personally, because then I would have like a champion rare goalkeeper, which would be amazing. But yeah, I don't know whether he's going to be the starter or not. I mean, I feel like if he was going to move, he would really only want to move to be the star somewhere, given that he is the starter now, and it's probably important to him so that he can keep his number one spot for Burkina Faso as well. So I hope that if he does get that move, or if it is true that he moves and then he becomes the starter. Who's the starter for Lons at the moment? I can't remember off the top of my head. Who is it? Oh, it's Samba, isn't it? No? It's Bryce Samba. So that's a tricky one, because Bryce Samba is actually pretty okay. He's pretty good. That's a little bit tricky. So I don't know whether I really like that. I think if Hervey Kofi goes, I don't know whether he unseats Bryce Samba. And Samba's got a long-term contract as well until 2028. So, yeah. In theory, it would be good, because then he becomes a champion Europe goalkeeper, a champion goalkeeper. But he becomes a champion goalkeeper that then just sits on the bench, then that is not going to be any good for me. So I need to keep an eye on that. Thank you for reminding me. I did see it, yeah. It means the main goalkeeper, Samba, is leaving. Well, yeah, if Samba leaves, then great. Depot. Where's he leaving to? Where would he go to? He's got this long-term contract, which looks like it's been renewed recently. If it's ending in 2028. Do you know? Why would you buy Kofi as a second goalkeeper? I wouldn't buy him as a second goalkeeper. I already own him. But do you mean why would they buy Kofi as a second goalkeeper? Is that the question? I mean, technically, you could buy Kofi as a second goalkeeper if you're a champion Europe type club, because you might actually feel that you've already got a good enough goalkeeper there anyway, which Bryce Samba is, right? And he's the captain. When was his contract extension? Okay, so his last contract extension was in 2023. Yeah, I mean, the only way I think that Hervey Kofi becomes the number one if he goes to Lons is if this guy leaves, right? If Bryce Samba stays, then Hervey Kofi, as good as he is not going to be the number one at Lons unless this guy leaves. So I'll have to keep an eye on it. Like, I don't mind at all if my goalkeeper's going to turn into a champion goalkeeper, but it's got to be that he starts as well. Otherwise, we have to think about making a change. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I think there's a lot of rumors happening, right? So at the moment, it's just a rumor. So the rumor mill is in effect. So there's not really enough for me to make any changes, and I wouldn't recommend that people start to like sell or try and anticipate what's going on until there's a bit more concrete information. But yeah, I think if Bryce Samba stays, then I really don't want them to buy Hervey Kofi. If Bryce Samba does stay and then they don't even look at Hervey Kofi, because then Samba's staying, and if that was their intention to look at another goalkeeper, because they were thinking of he's going to leave, so we need to think of a replacement. But then if he stays, they don't need to look at a replacement anymore. Then that will also be fine. I just want my starting goalkeeper to remain a starter next season, whether that's in Challenger or Champion. I don't mind as long as Kofi stays a starter. All right. Because we can't line up build for the next game week. Oh, that's what we need to do. We need to go over to Ultimate Champions as well in a minute. So, a couple of things to do here. All right. Okay. Has Hoyos been selling? Probably he has, because it looks like there's less on the market. Yeah, so one sold 21 hours ago. Okay, fine. Yeah, I will be doing some lineups for the next week. Yeah, I'm going to use the lineup builder on soraredata. That's what I'm planning on doing. We can get a head start on the next game week. But before I do that, I just want to make sure that all my pricing for my players is correct. The ones I'm selling. As in, like, I'm happy with the pricing, right? And then once we've done that, we're going to jump over to Ultimate Champions here, because I have like 6 rewards to open. And then we can open a jumbo pack as well. Okay, we check Lucero. Lucero's fine for now. And then Pacheco, I don't actually think we can do really too much with, pricing-wise anyway. It wasn't that long ago that I bought him. It's only a few days ago, actually. Yeah, and there's this card here, which is kind of really undercutting us, and we can't compete with it. Otherwise, I'd have to take like a big loss, and I don't want to do that. So, okay, fine. All good. Do you guys think my Zagreb stack can do well this midweek? Yeah, we talked about that on yesterday's stream. The Zagreb stack is so strong. Really strong. FCS, what do you think to a members-only shortlist for players on Sorare data? Subs can access the shortlist and viewers who aren't subbed can cherry pick whilst they watch. Subs could submit a small number of tickets to suggest players to check out, would help people make decisions about getting future players. Yeah, potentially, but the only thing that I'm thinking there is that could be a little bit tricky to control. Like having a members only shortlist when we can't really make it a members only shortlist. Like we can't physically make it a members only shortlist, right? Because if I make it a members only shortlist on Sorare data, then if I'm streaming it, then everyone will be able to see it, right? And I know what you're saying. The viewers aren't sub can cherry pick whilst they watch, but I don't know. I need to know more about that. How would it work? I can't quite see initially how that would work. But I like the idea though. I do like the idea a lot. Like I feel like that idea has potential, but I don't see how that can work at the moment. So if you can explain it to me a bit more, how you'd work it, I want to hear more, definitely. Because there's something there. I just can't quite see, almost like logistically and practically, how I would be able to do it in Sorare data. But if you know, then please let me know. Yeah. If you've got any more thoughts on it, drop me a message after the stream to explain it a bit more. Because it could be good. Wow, just saw you sold your Korean tier 5 for 30 euros. Yeah, big win. Yeah, this is why I was like so overjoyed that we won Kim Jin-hyuk, because I knew that we'd be able to sell him for a decent amount. And it was great timing because then the K-League special was announced, which meant that people are then looking to buy K-League players, right, for a premium. So incredible. Yeah, we sold him for £25. I kind of wanted to get around 30, but you know what? Sometimes you just got to say, let's not be greedy. Let's just take the 25 because it was a tier 5. And most tier 5s are worth less than a tenner. So to sell a tier 5 for £25 felt really good. Yeah, really, really good. Yeah, thanks, Big Merc. Yeah, I definitely would like to explore that idea more. Yeah, because you guys know I'm all up for ideas and I want to see what else we can do on the stream. So that could be actually quite interesting. So yeah, drop me a DM if you can. Anytime, no stress on it. Once you've got the mechanics, the nitty gritty worked out, and then we can maybe bounce back and forth how it could work. Oh, excuse me. It's right. So let's go over to Ultimate Champions here. Okay. So at the moment, Ultimate Champion starts in about 4 hours' time, the new game week. This is the team that I put together for it at the moment. I'd done it in about 5 minutes last night, so I might need to make some more changes. I might, my thinking could change, right? But for now, this is it here. We might even win some more cards that could be better. So let's do it. What are you planning to do with the budget? I'm cashing it all out. Yeah, so the balance that I'm going to have at the moment is £66. Ideally, I want to sell Lucero, because then if I sell Lucero, it would give me around £100 and I can just cash that straight out. Yeah. Some of it will go into a different game as well that I'm currently playtesting and really enjoying, which hopefully I'll be able to share with you guys soon. The Discord is still alive, but the Discord's not very lively. So the Discord's really quiet. So it's kind of alive but dead, yeah. All right, let's go over to here. So we're going to get 3 commons here. And then what? 200, 400, 500. We're going to get about 615, which is it's a pretty good haul. 615 MGC. It's not enough for us to do 2 jumbo packs, unfortunately. So we're going to be able to open 1. But let's claim them all now. All right, claim. Is it because you don't like the Sorare update? No, it's not because of that. I actually do like the Sorare update. I do. I think kind of my goal has really been to try and have a roster valuation of around £1,000, right? And so we're roughly around 1,000. I've got quite a few rare cards here, more than enough. I can just free up some money that I have tied up in some cards that I maybe don't need to, and then I can put that money into other things, because my gallery, we've spent a lot of time building up my gallery and scouting, doing all the legwork at the start of the season, right? And we're starting to see the fruits of our labor now, where the gallery is just yielding like returns consistently, apart from this weekend, because this weekend was a shocker, right? But generally speaking, I can usually rely on the players I've got to deliver threshold, and then either threshold plus some cards as well, or if not threshold, then cards. So usually every game week we're winning something, and I don't really need to have, like, sometimes I just look at the gallery and I think, okay, I can make a profit on that player. Do I need to reinvest it? Probably not. I could just take it out. So, as I say, this other game that I'm playing at the moment, I'm really getting into, and I do think I want to put a little bit more into it, because I'm already starting to see a good return on that for the time being. I can't buy Javier Aquino. No, I can't. I mean, I could, but I want to buy him from Sorare, and they're not minting him anymore. Yeah, it's the only player I don't have. I have to buy him from the secondary market, but they're not minting him anymore at the moment, and probably they won't anymore. So eventually, I probably will need to have to buy like the Aquino from one of these guys if they want to sell him. But the problem is that Sorare have only minted 6 of the Aquinos in 2023. So if you're like a 2023 Tigres collector and you don't have Aquino, these guys here could technically charge whatever. They could say, you want the Aquino and Sorare haven't minted anymore, give me £20, whatever, for the Aquino. So a little bit frustrating to kind of like not be able to have a full collection when I'm very happy. I want to buy this player. Like if he was available today, I'd buy him, right? But Sorare aren't minting him. So yeah, pretty annoying. Sorare will still be your main game. I think so, yeah. I think it will. But I think this other game that I'm playing has a lot of potential. And of course, like we're still covering pooky, and we will continue to do that. But I do think there's probably a little bit of a opportunity to cover a different game as well, another play to earn game that's maybe just a little bit different. And so, yeah, and I'm really enjoying it. Like, I'm really enjoying it. I think it's got a lot of potential. I won't reveal any details on it for the time being. I want to play the game more so that once I've played it properly and I'm confident with everything, then I can tell you the name of it, and then I can kind of share the details and maybe even do a stream on it. But I'm enjoying it, and I'm enjoying it so much that that's why I'm actually, for me to basically say that I'm going to probably cash this money out and put it into a different game, I should say to you that it's a game that I see a lot of good positive things in it. I will tell you guys more very, very soon. So I'm playing my cards close to my chest. I will reveal more when the time is ready. For now, let's focus on Ultimate Champions, because I want to do the Jumbo pack, and then I want to start doing some lineup building for the next game week. Let's claim this as well. Okay, done. Let's claim this one. Done. And then, right, here we go. Let's claim this one. We got 1,828 points, which is actually okay. Not obviously what we want, but it's okay. It's fine. We get 3 commons here, and then we get 100 of the coins. Okay, so we get Ben Elliott, 20-year-old with really kind of bad scoring, actually. So not one we can really use. Oh, my God. Oh, God. Throw me a bone. Come on, Ultimate Champions. Oh, we've had a shocker here. We've got 2 players that, look, they're under 23. They're really young. So, you know, I'm sure they'll improve, but they're not really cards we can use at the moment. Not realistically, not with scoring like that. Right. Surely it's got to give us a okay-ish type of scorer here now. Okay. It's okay. But, I mean, we've got, look, all under 23 players, so that's something. Yeah, these cards don't have any value in case this is the first time you're seeing Upward Champions. These basically act like common cards in Sorare. They don't have any value. You can't trade them. You can't sell them. But they help you in the free-to-play. And if you're lucky enough to win a high scorer base card or common card, whatever they're called, I can't even remember what they're called. I think they're commons, right? Yeah, they are commons. They're commons. If you're lucky enough to win a high-scoring common, then that will really help you to win more of this MGC and even Una tokens or cards in the game for free-to-play. But yeah, that wasn't really that great, was it? So hopefully that is our bad luck out the way. And then what we're going to do, we've got 1,350 of the MGC, right? This is the free-to-play token that is in the game. You can't take it out of the game. It doesn't have any value outside of the game. You can use it to spend on packs, right? Which is what we're going to do. And we're going to open up a jumbo pack here for 749. Okay, so we're just shy of being able to afford 2 here in one go. But we'll open up 1. And then in this pack, we have a 10% chance per drop. So there's 3 drops here. We have a 10% chance to win an epic, which is actually a card that's worth money that we can then sell or trade. So these epics are kind of like the rares in Sorare. So let's do this. We've had a lot of good luck on the channel when we've opened these types of packs on the stream. Last week we didn't. So last week we didn't get any epics at all. With the percentages being that low, we shouldn't expect to win anything. But it's always quite nice if you can get lucky and win something, because there are some really good athletes in here, really good players that you can win. So let's do it. Let's buy 1 now. Okay, submit. Are the jumbo packs the ones to aim for if we're free to play? They are, but the thing with the jumbo pack to keep in mind here is that in order to open the jumbo pack, you need to have a collection score of 20, right? And in order to get a collection score, you need to own at least an epic, like 2 epics basically, because an epic gives you a collection score of 10. So you either have to win some of the Una, right, with your common cards, and then go and buy like an epic card. So you can win this Una for free, and this is the currency which allows you to spend and buy those epics and higher level cards in the marketplace, right? Or you continue just to earn the MGC, and then in the store, there is another pack which is pure free to play. This pack, you don't need a collection score at all to open the basic pack. It is only 150 of the MGC, but you've only got a 1% chance to win an epic. So this is the pure free to play way to basically earn an epic from a pack, but you have a very low chance to do it. So it will take a hell of a lot of grinding and a hell of a lot of luck to do it that way. So the better way almost is to just try and win the Una, right, from tournaments. So in the tournaments, you can win the Una. And then once you've won some Una, as I say, you then go out to the marketplace there and you buy some cards off other managers, or yeah, you could equally use the Una to go and buy at the auctions, but to be honest with you, it's unlikely free to play that you'll really be able to earn enough Una to be able to spend on an auction. You might be able to do it, but it's unlikely, right? Hi, would you send me a Sorare card? I don't have any. Sorry, no. But you can win Sorare cards on the channel. So if you're a sub to the channel here over on Twitch, then you can win them every time I go live. And also, we do a competition where you give me a score for a game, and then you can then win a Sorare card. So those are the best ways, really, to be getting free cards here on the channel. Let's do it, guys. What are we doing? Sorry. Right. Are we ready for this here? Are we ready? We're about to open a jumbo pack, and we hope that we can get an epic in here. Let's do it. Claim the pack. So pretty much winning this now free to play. Right, open the pack. Okay, now here's the thing that you need to do when you're opening a jumbo pack. You don't need to do it, but it's kind of like, it's fun to do. It can kind of get you excited for it. If you hover the mouse cursor over the cards, it will glimmer. If it glimmers white, it means that you've got just commons in here, right? If it glimmers purple, it means that you've been lucky enough and you've pulled an epic. So we're going to hover over each card, and we're going to hope that we see a purple glimmer. If we do, this is going to be a really cool pack opening. If not, unfortunately, we weren't very lucky. So let's do it. This is a white glimmer, so this is common. What's the second one? It's also a white glimmer, so it's another common. Oh, no. Are we going to have 2 weeks in a row now, where we're just going to get commons? This needs to glimmer purple, or we've just got a pack full of commons. Oh, no. Oh, no. What's happened to my luck? We had such good luck when we were opening these here. I guess it's evening out, isn't it? Like, we had an insane run where we were like opening jumbo pack after jumbo pack after jumbo pack. And it was like, I think it was like 4 or 5 weeks in a row. We opened a jumbo pack every week, and we got an epic in there, which was mental. But yeah, now our luck is kind of evening out. So this one is, oh, Jonas Wins, not bad. We actually own him as an epic. Let me just bring it up. Yeah, we own him as an epic already. At the moment, I've got 14 epics, and Jonas Wind is one of them. Look, there we go. And Tap Sober was the last epic that we won from a jumbo pack. So you can win some great players in here. I also won, I think it was Vulic as well, the goalkeeper. And we also won Chris Martin. Yeah, Chris Martin we won too. I think Connor Ripley we won. Won so many. But yeah, unfortunately not today. Free tip common. Exactly. Free tip common. To not get 1 in 2 openings is around 53%. It's, yeah, we should, I'm not disappointed, by the way. It's to be expected. Oh, come on. Oh my God. So we didn't get an epic. Jonas Win, to be fair, is actually a pretty good pull here, even though his scoring is really trash at the moment. He is a great player. But then we got like this player who's absolutely dog poo. And then we got this guy who's just equally dog poo. So we got like 6 commons here today that all kind of score quite badly in the game. Even though Jonas Win is a nice pull there. Okay. Oh, well, you win some, you lose some, right? And today we lost some, but we've already got 601 MGC, so we need another 150, and then we're ready to open another jumbo pack. So after this midweek game week, we hopefully will earn enough MGC to be able to afford a new pack before the start of the weekend. So let's move it over to the leagues here. I bought 9 or 10 jumbo packs, and from all them, I only get 1 card. Oh, wow. I mean, it is a low percentage, right? It's 10% per drop. So, like, you've got like a low chance to pull one. I think that's probably why, like my expectations are a little bit dashed, because we had that 4 or 5 weeks in a row where every jumbo pack was like, like another epic, which is really unusual. So this is probably what we should be expecting now, where we're opening them and we're maybe not getting anything. And then the one game week we do get it is going to feel like amazing. So it's okay. Let's go and build the squad here. Okay. I'm also a little bit conscious that we haven't had anything on João Lucero. So why don't we drop this down to that? It's quite a reduction, actually. But I know that he's been selling at this, so that will be okay. Right, so that's amended. Let's go back here. Okay, I don't think we're going to do well in the midweek because we don't have a lot of players to really choose from. You can see that my goalkeepers here are quite limited. We've got Fleetwood away to Peterborough. No, thank you. No, thank you at all. We've actually got, look, Hamcam away to Bran. We're going with that at the moment because that is, for me, the lesser of all the evils here. We've got Connor Ripley twice, but Connor Ripley doesn't really have that good a fixture. So we have to go with Sandberg, which I don't think is a good fixture really, but hey-ho. And then we're going with Jesper Taj. Not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, but this guy is very good. He plays for Strom's God Set. Used to play for Sandford, but has moved. And we're kind of pairing him up with Dahl here. They've got an interesting game against the newly promoted team. So they could do okay. They're quite consistent scorers. And then I was getting a little bit stuck with who the third defender needed to be. I don't really have a good selection for the midweek. So in the end, I opted for Noyle, just because he has a home game and he's kind of consistent. I do think this is difficult though, look. Oh, sorry, he doesn't have a home game. He's playing for Stockport away, sorry. He's playing for Stockport away. So yeah, I was getting confused there. But yeah, it's actually a good game for him. But I don't like how he's been scoring recently. So if I had a better defender, I probably would be taking him out and putting him in there. Like if we had another Elite Syrian defender, we've got Soldved. But I've got Soldved on the bench, and I think I'm happier with Soldved on the bench than I am him kind of starting. So that's the best of what we can do in defense. And then midfield-wise, is it a game that they can win the title? Is it? Oh, wow. So a big incentive then, a big motivation for them to do well. Yeah, cool. Hopefully they do it. I think from what I understand, they've been quite dominant in the division. So hopefully they do it. In midfield, we've got some good options in midfield. We've got the Peterborough boys at home against Fleetwood. And so I've basically just stacked with them. We've gone for, how do you pronounce this guy's name? Kiprianu, I guess, right? We've gone for Kiprianu, Burrows, and then Randall. And I'm going to give the captaincy to Burrows because this just strikes me as the type of game where Burrows could hit like a big score and he could really turn up. He's a good player and he has that kind of explosiveness to him. So we've got our 3 Peterborough boys there that could do really well. And then we've got Anthony Evans, who I kind of like, and I nearly bought his... In fact, did I buy? I think I did buy his epic a long time ago, and then I sold it. He's actually been scoring pretty badly at the moment. He does have a home game against Cambridge, who are 18th in the league and aren't really doing that good. So I'm just really hoping that Anthony Evans can step his game up against an opponent that's not that great, and he has the home advantage. So we'll see. I don't really feel like we've got many other options though. Anyway, you can see that here. We are playing Sercom, and I don't want to play Weradu, if that's how you pronounce his name, because he's playing for Fleetwood, and they're going up against Peterborough, and I don't think that Fleetwood are going to do that good. So again, it's not ideal, but I think it's the best of what we've got. And then up front, we're going to go with Collins here, Aaron Collins, who has a home game against Shrewsbury. They're third at the moment, Bolton, and he's a very good player, a good scorer too. So I'm a little bit tempted to put the captaincy on him instead of Burrows, but I think Burrows offers a bit more potential for goals as well as assists, whereas Aaron Collins is, I think, just a little bit more focused on goals, really, because he is a striker. And then we're going to throw Chris Martin in here, just so that we have that Bristol Rovers connection between Anthony Evans and Chris Martin. So maybe those two combine for a goal, and that'll look like a really good combo. And again, they're up against Cambridge, who aren't that good at the moment. I have a couple of other options. I think if Veton Berisha was fit, which I don't think he is, right? I haven't even checked it. If Veton Berisha was fit, then I would probably put him in. But I don't think he is. Oh, there's no, how can we check that? What's going on with Veton Berisha? Because he's been out injured. Is there any news on that? Okay, this is talking about his birthday. What is this here? This is maybe talking about a transfer, is it? Because I can see it's got a Rapid Veen in there. Is it talking about a transfer or transfer rumour? Don't actually know. If anyone knows, by the way, let me know. Because if he is fit, then I will play Veton Berisha because he's brilliant. Okay, he turns 30 today. Okay, so it's really just talking about his birthday. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, if I could easily find the information that he's actually over his injury, then I'd probably play him. But I don't need to play him. I can just wait until he's actually registering scoring. And then if he is, right, I then know that he's fit. What is this, though? Why is 1930s Germany trending in the UK? What? Oh, dear me. This is where you've got to be able to filter the noise out on Twitter. 1930s Germany. Oh, my God. All right. Let's go back to here. So, yeah. Aaron Collins and Chris Martin up front. I think, as I say, if Veton Berisha was fit and available, he'd go in there, no questions asked. But because I think he's still injured, we're going to give the nod to Chris Martin. And then up front, we're going to put Bard Finn in as the sub, and then Ben Garrity as the midfielder. So this isn't that great, and I don't think it's going to... In fact, I can tell you it's not going to win an epic card in the league this week. Because in order to do that, you need to finish in the top 25. You usually need a score of like 2,200, 2,300 or more. It won't hit that at all. And if it does hit that, that'll be so insane that I'll probably even do some kind of a giveaway or something, because it really shouldn't hit that. But yeah, we'll see what it does. If it can hit 1,500 points and then give us 3 common cards, that'll be a big win. But I'm not even really expecting this team to hit 1,500. So let's see what it can do. Can you show your Sorare Champions League teams? I don't have any. I don't have any Champions League teams on Sorare. This game week on UC is weird somehow. It is a bit strange, right? Because the games that are happening, here we go. There's only 17 games which are happening, and they're kind of like a mix between Elite Syrian League 1 mainly. Then there's a few League 2, or there's quite a few League 2 in there. One Championship game in there. There's a Scottish Premiership game in there, and then a few more Elite Syrian games in there. It's a real mixed bag. Yeah. And the annoying thing with the Elite Syrian here is that there's no Bodo Glimt that's playing. If there were, then I would probably play a couple of the common Bodo Glimt players that I've got. How did you do the UCL game predictions already? I haven't. Thank you for reminding me again, Liba. We'll do that straight after now. I think we're pretty much done on Ultimate Champions. I think we've done what we need to. You can see that I've got some Una here. Now, I could go and spend that Una, but at the moment, I don't think I need to. We have enough epics here already, and I'm not even really using them like properly in tournaments, you know? Like I've got these epics, which is great. I should be looking to build to put a full like epic team together in the tournaments, and I'm not really doing that. Just in the tournaments, I'm auto-filling them. So I'm not really getting the good use out of these cards here. I mainly just bought them because I like them. I think they're good players, and I didn't buy all of them, actually. Quite a few of these I won in jumbo packs or like giveaways, right? But I kind of mainly just bought them to start building a gallery on Ultimate Champions so that then in the future, when I'm ready to start taking the tournaments more seriously, I've already got the players to do it. So, yeah, I don't really need to go and spend this. I was thinking about it, that I could scout and I could find, say, a different, another forward, a different midfielder, another defender, but it would just be wasted at the moment. I'd much rather keep hold of the Una and just see what happens in a few months, right? You mean Arena? So you guys can't see it, but I'm talking to a viewer here on the channel called Mini Sergio 4, who's over on YouTube. And I think that Mini Sergio is asking about my teams for rivals, right? So you must be new to the channel, Mini Sergio. I don't play rivals at all. I don't play it. I don't enjoy it. It's not for me at the moment. I hope in the future I can play it more, but this is not worth my time and I don't enjoy it. So I don't play it. Yeah, so I have no teams every day. I have no teams. I don't enter any. All I simply do is I just I keep hoarding the tickets here. So when the ticket's available to claim, I'll claim it. And that's why we have 151. So that eventually when this game mode becomes really good, I can then maybe attack like a ranked leaderboard with loads of arena tickets and give myself the best chance to get a high ranking, because then there'll be some really good rewards to win. But until then, I'm not going to be spending my arena tickets in this game mode. It's not good enough at the moment, in my opinion. They need to massively improve it. And then when they do, I'll start playing it more. Yeah. So yeah, sorry, man. I don't have any Champions League lineups to show you here because we don't play it. Is there a challenge actually? Is there some kind of challenge which is happening this week with the Champions League? Because they've done it last week, didn't they? Are they doing the same this week? And this is another thing that I think Sorare need to get better at. They need to be advertising the challenges or the upcoming challenges, right, in the game, rather than, you know, like it's Tuesday, the Champions League games are happening tomorrow, and you can't see in the game, like, are there extra events, are there featured events or challenges that you can do that will get you to play Sorare Rivals more? Now, I think maybe we could see it on Sorare, perhaps, if we go on to Sorare here. Have they mentioned anything? Nah, they're so bad at doing this, honestly. It's so bad. I mean, I guess what they'll do, I guess what they'll probably do, right, is Sorare will probably send um like a tweet out, and they might send a notification out in the app that will let everyone know that there's this rivals challenge to do. Right? Let's try and find it like here. So they sent this on what, April the 9th, which was when? That was on Tuesday. So maybe today or tomorrow. No, maybe, yeah, maybe today they will send another tweet out and just let everyone know that there's a brand new challenge, right? And to be fair, they don't really need to do it too far ahead of time because Rivals is designed to be played daily, where you're really just focusing on like that day that you're actually, you know, like logged in on, or the next day potentially. So yeah, I mean, it would be nice to know, wouldn't it? But they're just so bad at promoting themselves or promoting events in the game. It almost should be that this is something that's already there, that we can see it in the game, so that then it creates a bit of a buzz, right? Everyone's talking about, oh, you know, like at work. Have you seen in Sorare Rivals, there's this new challenge for Barcelona PSG, jump in, get involved, right? But kind of not having anything on the day and then maybe dropping something like a few hours before the game starts is like a missed opportunity to create that buzz and to get more people jumping in, right? So maybe there will be something, but I just don't understand why they don't promote it better. Yeah, they do show it in the app. Yeah, that's one of the things that I've asked them to do better. Is that the app is great because obviously people play using the app a lot now, and Rivals is very geared towards the app. But it can't just be that you get all that information in the app. You've got to obviously have that information everywhere, right? So just having it here would be great. I think they need to improve that. Um, if I was still over on YouTube, I would have told him to stop swearing. Who's that? Who are we talking about? Which is the best card game, football, to win some money? This one here, to be honest with you. I mean, it has been one of the best games to win money as a football card game because the threshold was so rewarding that they had to change it. So before you could win like $50 every week, which now when you think about it was like absolutely mental. And you didn't even need to do that good to win $50, right? You just had to hit 280 points, wasn't it? Which is brilliant. Now you can win $15 every week if you hit the threshold. But if you're new to the game and you're brand new to the game, you won't be able to play Cap 240 to win threshold. So you'll then be relying on winning cards in the classic competitions, or trying to challenge for cash in the in-season competition. So I'd say this one. I think maybe a few guys in the chat would probably say that Ultimate Champions is better for ROI, and it is actually pretty good. Ultimate Champions to get good returns from it, but I haven't played it as seriously as I've played Sorare, and so it's probably difficult for me to say that. I know. Oh, talking about Rivals. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Rivals is like the Rivals is like the ugly duck. It's the disgraced family child, or child from the family at the moment. It's like banished. Like, we don't talk about Rivals until Rivals starts to do something that we can be proud of. Yeah, they did. They have the I don't really want to talk about Rivals because I feel like I could talk about Rivals non-stop. And we just cover the same ground with this game mode where, you know, we just slam it all the time. And I hate that we have to slam it all the time. I don't want to. I'd much rather be talking positively about it. But there wasn't really enough for us to talk positively about it. But yeah, we can say that they dropped the ball on it, but they kind of didn't really, because they deliberately launched it like this because it's kind of, they want to improve it after it's launched, and they tend to do that. That's the way that they do things, and it looks like they've dropped the ball, but actually they haven't. They knew it wasn't that great, so they then preempted that by telling everyone that it's live, you can play it, and we know it needs improvements, and we're going to improve it. But then it just means that in the last 3 months, everyone's been playing a game mode that's not been that enjoyable and that rewarding, and kind of Sorare knew it was that case. So they didn't really drop the ball. They almost just, they just deliberately done it because they think, I don't know. The less we say about it, the better. It winds me up, this game mode. Why don't we instead come off Ultimate Champions? Because I think we've done everything we can there. Let's go over to Pooky. All the hype has gone. You're right. Yeah, all the hype has gone. I mean, I think that the hype, they can get the hype back, but they really hyped it up. They really hyped it up saying, you know, this is going to help on board people. And everyone was like, wow, you know, it's going to be amazing. And then it was like, well, is that it? Is this it? because this does not match the hype at all. Nowhere near. And I think it's a shame because, you know, like when I've mentioned this before, and I'll just mention it again and then we can move it on. I think it's such a shame that Sorare don't capitalize on the momentum of the hype that they build. So you build hype for something that you're developing, that you launch into the game, right? Amazing. Everyone's really excited for it. Everyone can't wait for it. And everyone's like really enthusiastic about it, right? But then you drop it into the game and it does not match the hype at all because it's been almost rushed to be launched. It's underdeveloped. There's issues with it. There's things that are missing that should have been fixed in a beta or added in a beta. So they've kind of like, they've launched it, hyped it up, but it's then under-delivered, right? And then it's kind of like, well, don't worry because it will improve. And we know what we're doing is, and we deliberately done it like this so that we can get the real life, real world feedback to then make it what it is, right? So it's like, well, sure, but as you say, all that kind of hype that they could have had. So when you launch something, you should almost be like, this is so fire at launch. And then you're looking to take that momentum, that excitement to the next level, to the next level. So keep building on it, right? Keep building so that the excitement and the buzz for this game almost reaches like a fever pitch, right? Whereas what Sorare kind of do, and they always do it, and they really need to get out of the habit of doing it, is that they kind of hype something up, but it's then not as good as what it should be. And then they just say it will get better, but they lose that momentum, right? They lose all the positive sentiment on it, and then you have to start again. So I don't know why they continue to do that, because I feel like they're making the job harder for themselves when they do that. It's much harder to hype a game up again when it's kind of, when the users have just turned their back on it because it's been a bit crappy. So, yeah. I'm out today, FCS. Oh, wow, okay. We'll drive to Dortmund now because I'll be at the game against Atletico tonight. Twitch Gaming. Enjoy the game tonight, man. And I hope that you guys can turn it around. Yeah, we'll be thinking of you at the game. So with no money, which game would you play to win some? If I had no money, if I was going to play a football digital collectible game with no money, I would play Ultimate Champions. Yeah. I'd play Ultimate Champions and Sorare, but I would probably place more stock that I could get a return from Ultimate Champions quicker than I could from Sorare as a free-to-play user, a pure free-to-play user with no money. You can do it in Sorare, but they've recently changed the free-to-play, and I don't even know what it looks like. I can't see the competitions. I've heard a little bit of feedback from the guys that are playing it, and apparently it's not that great. They felt that the previous free-to-play was better, so I can't really comment on that, but from largely playing Ultimate Champions free-to-play, as in, like, Ultimate Champions, I'm not kidding, I've only put $20 into the game, and I only done that really just for the sake of showing how it worked on the stream, right? If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have put any money into it, and I've been able to, I think, sell over $1,000 worth, and I haven't even really been actively trading on the game. And I've got like a full collection as well of epics that I've largely won free to play. So here we go. Manage your transactions. Look. So I've made total sales of $1,203. I've bought 399, so basically $400 worth, which gives me a profit of 804. But actually, that's not really correct. It's a little bit higher than that. It's closer to 1,000 because this hasn't really factored in a few cards that I've had. It's weird for me to explain, but this is not technically correct. It's closer to 1,000. But yeah. And yeah, I've been playing the game like free to play. So like even that 400 that I've purchased, right? The $400 worth of purchases, I've done that from, that's all been funded by the cards that I've won for free that I've then sold for cash, and I've used that cash to then go and buy more cards. So I've really enjoyed the free to play. And to be honest with you, free to play on Ultimate Champions 2 years ago was insane. As in, we'll just bring it up here. Sorry. Oh, what have I done there? Okay. Yeah, free to play on Ultimate Champions was so good 2 years ago. It's still very good now, but 2 years ago, it was absolutely insane because you could win. Basically, if you got 2,000, points, right, in a game week, you could have won a mythic card, not an epic, a mythic card. That's an expensive card today. So it was absolutely insane. And I wish that I had taken it more seriously 2 years ago to win those mythic cards. Because, yeah, 2 years ago, I kind of thought, well, it was always going to remain like that and that the mythics would be easy to win. They're really not at all. And yeah, so, but today it's very, very good. So check it out. If you want to get started, please make sure you use the link in the chat as well. There's the link for Ultimate Champions. Yeah, that's true. There is a copy of Ultimate Champions, which is done by the same studio, Anagi. Yeah. So you could also check that one out. Right. What was we doing? Here we go. Pooky. And then we want to go into the Champions League here. Because what we need to do with our new energy for the game week is we need to predict Barcelona versus PSG and Dortmund versus Atletico. Okay. I want to do 2-1 for Dortmund against Atletico. It was 2-1 the other way. My initial gut feeling on this one is 2-1 to Dortmund. Atletico are quite a defensive team, or at least they're a team that have strong defensive foundations, but they know they can't go to Dortmund and they can't defend a 2-1 for 90 minutes. So they're going to have to score, I think. I mean, look, if Dortmund win 1-0, then it goes to extra time. I don't think it's going to be a 1-0. And I think it's just very naive to go to Dortmund and think that you don't need to score when you really do. And they have enough players that they should be able to score. The thing with Dortmund as well is that they don't keep a lot of clean sheets either. I don't think they're going to keep one here. So I do think with the yellow wall behind them, they can turn it around and do 2-1 here. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. So we're going to do 2-1. Let's do Dortmund. 2-1 only gives us 228, so it's not very attractive. We do have a 1-1 sticker on here. So if it ended up being 1-1, we'd get some points for it there, but 2-1's calling out to me, so we need to do the biggest feeling that we've got. So 2-1 there. And then Barcelona versus PSG. This one was nuts from the last game week, right? 3-2 to Barcelona. Difficult. I don't know what to put for this one. I don't know what to put. I was really surprised that PSG lost 3-2 to Barcelona last week at home. Technically, I think PSG could beat Barcelona, but I don't know whether they can do it, actually, at the Nou Camp. I don't know what to do. Maybe it's another 2-1. I feel like 2-1's too low, though. PSG have more than enough about them to score 2 goals, right? So maybe a 2-2? Or do we do 3-2 again? I'm not sure. 0-0 gives almost 700. I bet it does, yeah. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I mean, you could be really edgy and you could do that, right? And then if it comes off, you're laughing. Could even do a 1-1. I feel like the 2-2 is quite good, though, because at least with a 2-2, if it ends up being 2-1 to either side, then we're going to get points for over 2.5. If it ends up being 1-1, then we get the points for a draw. And if it ends up being a high score draw, which it has the potential to, then we're going to get 330. So maybe we need to do this here. This is going to be one of our tactical predictions where we try and cover many bases rather than trying to go for the exact score here. 3-3, says Similake. I mean, based off last week's game, you never know, right? 3-3 is 621. Oh my God. That's absolutely mental, the amount of points you can get there. I wouldn't expect it to be as crazy as last week, if I'm honest with you. But when I look at these two teams, right, Barcelona can score 2 goals. PSG can score 2 goals, right? They can both score 2 goals against any opponent, which is why I think we're going to do 2-2 here. We're just going to try and play it safe-ish by trying to cover as many bases as we can. So, done. So 2-2 and 2-1 there. Okay, we're doing okay at the moment. We got a 208 here for a high score draw, which really helped us a lot. And then kind of, 60 here, 65, 56 there. So at the moment in the Champions League, we're currently 153rd. We need to get a couple of exact scores. So fingers crossed we can get like one of these as an exact score. It won't be loads of points, but it will definitely help us a lot. And then maybe what we can do tomorrow is we can then, depending on where we are in the leaderboard, we can either play it safe or go a bit riskier. But I want to make that decision tomorrow after these games have happened, because that will then guide us as to whether we need to go safe or risky. Like if we're so far down in the leaderboard by tomorrow's games, then we're going to need to risk it with some some crazier score lines, right? But if we're kind of sitting top 50, then we won't need to do that. We can then just try and play it safer with some more realistic predictions. Can Liverpool turn it around? I want to know that too. I think they can. They haven't been playing that great, but we looked at it yesterday and they've been doing all the right things. They just haven't put the ball in the back of the net. So I think that Liverpool they have it in their history as well as a club. They do have the potential where they could go and score 4 goals, right, against Atalanta. Okay. I hope we can sell Lucero before the game week is out. Just a little bit surprised that I haven't had any more offers for Lucero now. I would like to sell him before the game week starts too. Okay. And that would be quite nice because if we sold him, then that would give us a nice clean £100 in the account, which we can then just cash out, right? It's a nice even amount. Okay, let's see what happens. We've got like an hour and 10 minutes until the new game week starts, right? In the meantime, why don't we start lineup building for the weekend game week? Okay, a lot of these ones here are not going to open until an hour's time, but we can already start to line up build for the new format competitions, right? Yeah. Okay, interesting. Let's do it then. So, Premier League, this should in theory be a straightforward one for us here because we only play our Luton Town team and they have Brentford next at home, which is a massive game for both clubs actually, because Brentford aren't safe. Brentford need to avoid defeat here, otherwise they could get dragged into a relegation battle. So why don't we do Reece Burke there as a defender, the legend Barkley, then Carlton Morris up top, and then we're looking at Alfie Doughty. Okay, the usual 5, the usual suspects. And then we put the captaincy on Ross Barkley. Confirm that. And that is in Division 2 at the moment, but it is going to... Is it going to drop down? Yeah. We're going to get relegated into Division 3. So we line up build in Division 2, but then when the game week kicks in, this is going to be in Division 3, which is actually where the team started when the new format launched. It's a big game, isn't it? Yeah. What do you reckon, guys? I mean, if Luton can beat Brentford, then Luton will probably only need one more win, and then I reckon they're safe. If they can't really they could get a draw. A draw would help them. But they need to look at this game and think, if they can get the win here, they're probably one more win away, realistically, from safety. So it's a massive... Oh, excuse me. My voice is going. It's such a big game, my voice is going. But it's a massive win for a massive game, not win. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Massive game. You're going to get a Prem team in August, thinking Palace might be a nice one. I want to get Man United. Yeah. I think Palace is a good one, but I want to get Man United because I'm a Man United fan and I don't have a single Man United player, which I need to fix. So, yeah, now that I'm more into rare, it's going to be quite an expensive investment. I'm going to have to save a lot over the summer, but the plan will be to start getting Man United rare players for next season. Sopsy with some news on Kyle Walker in the chat there. I'm a United fan, but also a Barca fan, so you know where I'm going. Okay, well, let me put the question to you, Arthur. Right? Who do you support when Man United are going up against Barcelona? Where do your loyalties stand in that scenario? Like that lad who scored the winner against Paul Scout. Which one? Oh, right. You mean for Crystal Palace? Yeah. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah. The only thing with Crystal Palace is that, like, technically they are a good team. They're having a good season, actually, for Crystal Palace. We bring them up. And they have some high-scoring players all around the pitch, right, in Sorare. One of the reasons why I never really... I say they're having a good season. This is technically a good season for Crystal Palace, and they're 14th. So it's not even that great, but this is actually a good season for them. One of the big reasons that's always put me off Crystal Palace was when Hodgson was like managing the team. Okay, because I think Hodgson, he's not managing them now, but when Hodgson was managing them, it really put me off Crystal Palace because he is such a, and bless him, he's an old manager now. He's having health issues, right? So, yeah, like, I feel like he probably doesn't need to be like managing anymore. He probably shouldn't. But Hodgson, for me, has always been a very conservative, defensive, just a manager that hasn't really adapted with the times with his tactics, right? And I felt like that showed with Crystal Palace, you know? They weren't really using their attacking talents to full effect. And since Glasner's come in, right, Oliver Glasner, they've been picking up some decent little results here and there, and especially the one against against Liverpool. Sorry, not Crystal Palace. That was really quite decent. Even against Man City, they lost 4-2, but to score 2 goals against Man City needs to be commended. So they're looking better. They're looking a lot better. Probably a team that should command more attention because they've got Elise, they've got Eze, they have Lerma, who's actually okay. Anderson's a really good scorer in Sorare. They've got quite a few good players in here. Will Hughes is in there. I don't mind him at all. Jeffrey Schulp used to be a good player. Eduard's in there as well. He has his moments. Mateta. Daniel Munoz as well. Let's not forget him. He used to play for Genk. Dean Henderson, Sam Johnson. Good team. A good base to the team anyway. All right. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, they do struggle a little bit with keeping them fit. We need to do a Div 5. Okay, so we need to do a Div 4 in-season team. So Cabor, Jordan Clark, Corley Woodrow, and then probably Hashioka or Townsend. Let's do Townsend, actually. Let's do that. Okay. This team is a throwaway team. So if you're wondering why I'm doing that team, it's not to try and win a reward. Oh, that'd be lovely, of course, but it's mainly just to put out the cards that we own. Otherwise, they sit there doing nothing. And then potentially, we could even sneak a promotion here. So then we then have potentially 2 Division 3 teams. Or maybe if this does really well on the weekend, it gets promoted up into Division 1. So we then have a Division 1, a Division 3, which would be pretty good. Not Division 1, sorry. This will be in Division 3. So this will get promoted back up into Division 2, right? Because it's in 2 now, but it's going to get relegated. So then it just gives us an option where we can still compete at a good level if this can get up into Division 3. And then we're going to put our absolute throwaway team in Division 5. This is going to be Hashioka there. Then Chong. Then let's do Ogben, even though he's injured. We don't have another option. And then we can do, where's he gone? Luke Berry. And then we give the captaincy to Chong. Let's do that. All right, cool. So Premier League is done then for the weekend at the moment. This is our A team. This is the B team. This is the C team. And they have a good chance, actually. Luton have a good chance this weekend now to deliver a reward for us. Yeah, we'll need to check how many entries and how many rewards are in Division 3. We can't do it at the moment, but we will be able to do it when the new game week opens up. Look at Twitch Gaming. He was on his way, and he is on his way. He's on his way out to Dortmund. He's just jumped back in. He said goodbye to us, and he's just jumped back in to tell everyone that Malin will miss the game tonight. Very appreciated. So if anyone is running Dortmund players, especially Malin, then there you go. You heard it from the #1 Dortmund fan. Malin is going to be missing, so don't play him in a lineup. He's going to DMP on you, according to Twitch Gaming. Thank you, man. Now get off and go to the game. And we'll catch you later or on the stream tomorrow. Right. Champion we can't do. We don't have any champion cards or lineups at all. Challenger we can do. And we can also do contender. Challenger, we tend to play. When did we got relegated, didn't we? So if we were to go into Challenger in season 3, hold on a minute. We don't have an in season, so we got relegated from Division 2. There we go. Which means we're going to be in Division 3, which is fine. We don't really have at the moment a strong, rare challenger team, if I'm honest with you. So if we go into this one here, because this one will be in Division 3. Do Vitesse not have a game? They don't. Okay. Maybe we don't do Challenger then. If we had Eli Room, then we could have done a Challenger team. But at the moment, looking ahead to the weekend, we've only got 4 goalkeepers that are starters. Gilia, Kofi, Dominguez, and Slovic. And what that means is that we're going to definitely do Gilia in contender with our Catholica stack. Then we're going to do Kofi, most likely Kofi in Cap 240. Then Dominguez potentially in All-Star. And then Slovic maybe in 270. Okay. Let's do contender first of all, because we know that we're going to play these guys in contender. Let's go back here. Okay, contender. We have a Div 2. No. Yeah, we have a Div 2 classic season, so we'll do that again. So we'll go with, these are the two goalkeepers that we have now as options. We do Gilia, we do Amperero, we do Pinares there, and then we do Zampedri. And then, where's he gone? Where's Tapia? There he is there. Tapia. Now, Tapia's in very good form at the moment, so I think that we will give him the captaincy for now. Zampedri's a good one to captain, but he doesn't have the same AA as Tapia, even though Zampedri's on penalty. So I might switch that around, but for now, we'll do that. Okay. And if we enter that in now into Contender Classic Rare, right? So we do Gilia, then Amperero, then Pinares here, then Zampedri, and then Tapia, right? Save that. We want to be entering a team into All-Star Rare. And I think our All-Star Rare will be largely Dominguez here. Then Quintero. Piovi we can't play because Piovi got a red card in the last game. Yeah, so Piovi's now suspended. Even if he wasn't, I don't actually think we would have played him in here because he doesn't really have the level of scoring for All-Star, but he would just, it would just mean that we could play a bigger stack for Quito. Oh, I tell you what we could do. We could play Zalahi in here with Smolcic. That's going to work. So Zalahi goes in there. And then up front, Bolly is also suspended. Musa we're trying to sell. Our options are then, wow, we've got Carlos Garces at home. Perfect. Okay. And then we can put Smolcic in here. Oh, you know what? That's a good team. That is a pretty good team for All-Star. It's a shame that Quito are away. If this was at home, then I'd feel a little bit better, but they still have a very high win percentage. They're up against a team that are quite low down. And then we could either put the captaincy on Zalahi or Carlos Garces here. We would do Zalahi for now. That's probably going to be my All-Star team. Going for All-Star was a good decision, Scout. I hit a tier 3. Boom. There you go, man. What did we talk about? Love to hear it. There's still a lot of value to be found in the old format. In the legacy format, as they call them. Which is why when I lineup build, you can see that I am not even really lineup building too hard in the new format. My focus is all on the old format still. But then my gallery is quite suited to the old format. Because it was really built for the old format. Even though it can compete in the new format. It's quite versatile. So that will be the All-Star Rare team. Right? And then what's going to be our Capsule 40 Rare team? I'm thinking Kofi in defense, in goal. Yeah, Kofi has a cost of 50. Therefore, we would do Kofi. Who's going to be our forward? That's what I'm a little bit worried about now. I don't actually think we have a forward now. I mean, Biaki is injured still. If Biaki was back, we could probably play him in 240. But we have to assume that he is not going to be fit. Ooh. Maybe we need to cancel the sale of Peter Musa. Yeah, I mean, Musa, we can put in here. At the moment, with Musa, I am trying to sell him because I wouldn't mind selling him because we can make 2 times what we paid for him. And you guys know, as a general rule of thumb, I will try and sell players where I can make like 2 times what I paid for them. But maybe we do need to delay that because we've been playing Frank Bolly as the forward in Cap 240 because he has this really low L15. He's been in really good form as well. Unfortunately for him, he scored in the last game, so he continued that really good form, but then he got a red card, which means that we can't use him. And just looking at the players that we've got at our disposal here, if Biaki was not injured, then we would... Oh... Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky this week, isn't it? It's not going to be tricky, but it's going to be tricky to put out multiple strong teams, right? Because forward-wise, we're already starting to struggle a little bit. Santelli does start from time to time. Yeah, but it's very random at the moment when he starts. So I can't rely on him for 240. I might have to play him in Cap 220. Because we always tend to play Cap 220 rare. And we can't play Bolly. We're probably going to have to cancel the sale of Musa and then play Musa now. You know what as well? One thing I haven't done yet. Let's cancel. Do we cancel that listing? One thing I haven't done is I haven't seen whether a bot will buy my Lucero off me. Probably they would, but I would just get a lot lower than what I really want to sell them for, right? Maybe what I also need to do is cancel the listing, but I don't want to do that whilst we have like 50 minutes until the game week starts. I don't want to miss the opportunity of an actual human, a real life manager wanting to buy him. Let's see what we could get. No Eredivisie this weekend. They're playing in the next midweek. Yeah, that explains it then. Thank you, man. Thank you, Similicate. Oh, is there a listing cheaper than mine now? Yeah, so yesterday I was the cheaper. The cheapest option. This is the problem that we have in the game is that the, well, I guess it's not a problem, but it kind of is if you're trying to sell, is that the floors never really stay the floors for too long. There's so much undercutting that happens, right? So, yeah, thank you. I might need to look at that, but I'm now questioning whether we even sell him because we're going to need to try and compete for threshold, and he's probably our best option to do it with the players that we've got at our disposal. Yeah, we're probably going to need to cancel it. Let's do Lucero here. Lucero 0.01. Send that trade. Do it. What was the offer we got from Sir Hiss here? Fuck off. Oh my God. No way. Absolutely no way. I will keep him for £17. He was selling for around between 30 to 35. No way. It's disgraceful. At least we found out. What's Basilbot saying? 1897. Again, it's just far too low. No. It's what I expected. I wasn't really I wasn't really going into this thinking they're going to give us some mental offer, but you've got to try it, haven't you? You've got to at least see for yourself and know for sure. And so now we know what the bots would give us there, which is just far too low. Let's go and keep lineup building though. And let's have a look at Musa. Because yeah, it is looking like we're going to need to cancel the Musa sale. Hello, mate. I'm part of the problem, I know. Hello, mate. This is from Con. Quick comparison. Need a Brazil League midfielder for the midweek. Narrowed it down to Jose Varson, Chi or Lima. Any thoughts would be appreciated. Probably. Oh, I like Chi, but I don't think I can't remember what their game is. I think, are they playing at home? Because Chi-Chi's for Botafogo, right? Are Botafogo playing at home? They are, right? Yeah, I think they have a good fixture. So probably it would be Chi. Yeah. I think they have a good... Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have a good fixture. Well, do they have a good fixture? Who are they playing? It's okay. It's not amazing. But yeah, it's a home game, so I'd probably look at Chi there. Yeah. If I was in your position, I'd pick Chi. Yeah, we're going to have to cancel this right now. We are going to need Peter Musa, as it turns out. That's okay. We love Peter Musa. So we put Peter Musa in there. Then we have a defender that we need to put in here. Oh, no. There's no Leonardo Morales in here, who is usually our go-to. Oh, this is going to be a difficult weekend. Unfortunately, Ahmed Aguz is not starting anymore. Ahmed Aguz's rare is 99p. His rare is 99p. What? That's mental. I already have an Ahmed Aguz, but if you're going to give me an Ahmed Aguz for 99p, I think I'm going to do it. Oh, I hate this, honestly. They need to change this here. His instant buy for the new card is 449. Oh my god. That is absolutely mental. I'm having an armor that goes for 99p. I'm having another one. Done. I'm very tempted to buy this one as well. I'm not going to buy the next one. If anyone wants to buy it, I would suggest you do so. But I could buy it up and then just aim to sell it, but a bit greedy. But having an extra one's pretty useful because he's not starting at the moment. He is actually a good scorer and he's a good player in real life. I wouldn't be surprised if he maybe gets a transfer in the summer to a different club. Especially how his contract runs out this summer. And so he could easily go and join another Turkish Super League club and become the starter there again. He has incredible scoring when he's really on it. He has this good high-end potential. And because he's an attacking fullback, he can give you goals and assists, plus also pretty good AA. Like when he's really there, look, he has the potential to hit like AAs of 50s, look. 51, 52, 37 here, 39. Here, look, 39. This is like 48 here. This is a good player. it's definitely a good player for 99p. So, yeah, I would recommend him. And there you go. Look, D2 G1. Looks like you've just bought him. You can't go wrong. He's not really going to go much lower than 99p in rare. And he's a good player to have long term. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point about Sutonio. I wonder what Sutonio would give us for Lucero. We didn't check out that. And we also didn't check out Rav either. Let's just do that. Because then we can really say that we've covered that whole bot angle out. Lucero, done. I mean, again, I don't think actually we're going to get much more than what we got offered from the others, but we need to, again, just to kind of make sure that we've covered the angles, we need to explore it. Let's do this one here. And then 0.01. And then Lucero again. There we go. Okay, let's see what we get back there. It's funny, I'm not actually desperate to get rid of Lucero because Lucero's doing great. And I think that he will actually do good this midweek as well. The problem is that now we've sold the other players that we were going to use to line up with Lucero. We should try and take advantage of the fact he has a fairly decent fixture in the midweek and he's in really good form. Look here, he's hitting 70, 70, 60. I mean, Cruzeiro, not easy. They're a difficult team. But in the form he's in and with them being at home, I would not be surprised if he can get a goal there. Wow. So Sutonio offered us much better in comparison. He generally does actually offer better prices than the likes of Basilbot and Sahis, and that is significantly better. It's still far too low for what I want to sell, though. It's good to know what we could have got from him, from Sutonio, though. Okay, let's go back to Cap 240. So we're thinking about this weekend, and we're thinking about our 240 team. If we look at the midfielder options we've got, right, so we now have Kadri, and I think we need to play Kadri in here for 55, which is a lot for Cap 240. But then I think we can figure out a cheapish defender, like Bokat, for example. Bokat has a cost of 41. And he done pretty good in the last game. So we could put Bokat in here. And then we've got 50. Oh. Okay, that's actually okay. Because now we have Lewis Cook. Now I'm trying to sell Lewis Cook also, but it might be that we have to cancel that and then just play Lewis Cook in here. And we have one point left over with that type of team. Rav has sent us an offer for 21 plus a limited card as well. Okay, so the best offer we got there was actually from Sutonio for 23.45. Ah, I hope I can sell him. I really do want to sell him before the game week. Why don't I really do something different here, actually? Why don't I... Yeah, hold on. I'm definitely regretting not accepting the offer I had now earlier today. I probably should have really accepted it. Just figured that there would be a little bit more interest in him. Yeah. So I think we had an offer. We had a decent offer. But I thought I could just get a little bit closer to my listing price that I had on him. But we had an offer for about 35. So I'm definitely regretting not accepting that now. We'll keep it at this price for now. And then I reckon if there's if we haven't had any offers for the last 20 minutes or so, you know what? No, let's not do that. Let's actually put him at 30. And then if he doesn't sell, he doesn't sell. But I want to try and maximize our chance to sell him in the midweek. And I'm very happy also if he kind of doesn't sell because he's great. But the intention was to sell my midweek team before the midweek started. So now I'm kind of in that mindset. I want to get it done. Also, what we maybe need to do. So he's up for 30 now. In fact, this is a little bit of psychological marketing here. We don't put him up at 30. We put him up at $29.99. That's psychological pricing. And also, to be fair, not just psychological pricing, but when we put him up for less than 30, if somebody has a Sorare price alert where they want to hear about players that are £30 or less, then having it at $29.99 definitely makes it that they'll come up. I've seen a few instances where if you put it bang on 30 and someone has it at 30, then I've seen it, or whatever the price is. I've seen a few instances where it doesn't really work. Yeah, the buyer did buy another card. Yeah. Yeah. He's not my main America forward, but he is one of the forwards that I really like for America. I'm selling him because I felt there was an opportunity in this midweek to make a profit on him. And I want to try and take these opportunities to make a profit. And we could have lined him up, but then I wanted to try and sell my midweek team, which is what I've done. And so now, like, if we don't sell him, we're not using him in a midweek, and it kind of feels like a bit wasted. So we might as well put him up for sale, see if we can make the profit. It's okay if we don't have him, but it's also fine if we do have him. We're not selling to buy, we're selling to cash out as well. Yeah, definitely regretting now not accepting the 35. Should have just accepted that straight up, I think, really. Oh, well, you live and learn, right? But if we can sell him for 30 from now until the start of the game week, that'll still be a decent profit for us there. And if not, we've still got a very good forward for Challenger. Yeah, because he's a Challenger player. And let's go back here. Lineup builder. So we're thinking about that team for the threshold, which means that maybe we would need to stop selling Lewis Cook as well. But I have also the option where we could play, for example, Monteiro if he was going to start. We've got a couple of other players that we could fill in that extra slot. But very likely we'll end up playing Lewis Cook in there. It's not a great fixture for Lewis Cook, though, to be honest with you. You also sold Lucero and Pochettino. You're selling most of your rares. Why are you doing that, FBL? How comes? Are you selling your rares to invest in a different way on Sorare? Or are you selling them to to cash out, basically, to put in a different game. Okay, we've got those 3 rares at the moment. The other team that... I think our Cap 220 is going to have to be a bit of a throwaway this week, because we do have a... Or does it have to be a throwaway? Maybe what we could do instead is we could play our last remaining rare goalkeeper that hasn't been lined up yet. We could play Slavic in the goalkeeper slot. We tend to play the limited cards as the goalkeeper, but we've also sold a couple of limited goalkeepers this week, which is probably going to leave us a little bit short now. In fact, if we look at what limited goalkeepers do we have for the weekend? What's happening here? Okay. So we have Tascaran, but he's going to be in 240 limited or 270 if they don't fit into 240. We've got Zubcirk. Kaminsky we're using. Rodriguez we're using all-star. Do I not think there's an opportunity in Challenger? What, with Slavic? Potentially, yeah. That's what I'm trying to work out here. I'm trying to work out whether we play Slavic as the goalkeeper in Cap 220, and then we play Zubcirk, who's going to be our other limited goalkeeper. We then could play Zubcirk in Cap 220 limited. So we almost skip the new format. Or we play Zubcirk in here as the goalkeeper, and then it frees up a rare goalkeeper that we could play in either 270 rare or Challenger. If we look at Challenger, my concern with Challenger is that I don't actually think we have a good enough forward to put in a team with Slavic. As in, I think that Slavic will be wasted in there. And probably the same could be said about 270 rare as well. If we do Challenger classic rare, right, so let's assume that we're going to look at this, right? We do Slavic. Then we have a Goose who's not playing. We've got Bokat who we have in, look at this here. This already is a bit of a problem. Pappy didn't play in the last game. He was benched, actually. So let's assume that he's going to return to the starting 11. It would then be Pappy. Then let's also assume that Monteiro is going to be returning to the starting 11. So Monteiro. And then look, we've literally got Musa, who we need for 240, and then Lauren, who's not starting. And even if we put Lauren in there, which is not good, we're then struggling really for an alternative. Like we have Pedro Santos, who's pretty decent, but he got a red card. And then since he got that red card and he's returned, he got the red card here. He was the starter. And then since he returned, he hasn't been able to find his way back into the team. So I don't think we can do it. All the other guys are sub players here. So all we'd be doing is we'd be wasting a starting goalkeeper in this team for nothing. I don't think that's going to work in Challenger or 270. Well, hold on. It might work in 270 if we've got alternatives, right? So if we go and look at 270, where is it? Here we go. Who's our forward now in 270? So then we're looking at Biaki if he's fit and available. We're also looking at the likes of Anthony Uja, who's not really starting, but he can pop up with a goal maybe, and then Santelli. So if I was going to do a full rare team with Slovic, then it would probably be 270 now. But what I'm kind of thinking is that if we'd done Slovic as the rare in here for the goalkeeper, which does seem a little bit wasted, right? But you can do it. Then what we might be able to do is then put a really good limited forward up front. So if we put Slovic in here, and then if we go back to the filters and we change it to limited here, right? Shaloi we're going to be using in the community team. We've then got the likes of Veroni, Areola, Cade Cowell, Vincent Vermey. I mean, it's not great. It isn't great. Yeah, you're right. There is the option to play rares in limited as well. Yeah, you're right about that. I always forget about that. I think the problem here is that in rare and limited, we don't quite have the strength or the depth of options in the forward position, no matter which way we look at it. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think that challenge is going to be the one. I think if anything, we would just do 220 rare or 270 rare and then 220 limited, which then means we can do 240 limited and then potentially 270 limited, although we might actually be able to compete still in Challenger with a limited team. Or can we? Can we do a Challenger limited team? Do we have a goalie? Yeah, but then we've got Tasgram, but we're using Tasgram for 240, so we wouldn't be able to do Challenger limited. Contender, I seriously doubt. Well, then we could do Zubsuk for Contender. But then we'd probably use him for 220. Yeah, okay. I think it's been clear to me now. Yeah, so I think we need to focus again on the old format. We don't want to be stretching ourselves too thin just to say that we can put out loads of teams. We need to be focusing our best players in a smaller number of teams that then give us a better chance to win. And just looking at that there, I think it means that when the game week opens up, we'll skip doing any teams in Champion and Challenger. We'll do a rare contender team. And then what we'll do is we'll do in All-Star, a limited All-Star, a rare All-Star team. And then the cap modes we'll do limited, cap 220, cap 240, and then rare, cap 220 and cap 240. And then we'll see whether we can put out the dregs, basically, the leftovers in a 270. Yeah. All right. We've got around 25 minutes until the start of the new game week. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a very quick 5-minute break. And then when we come back, we can just do the last minute checks, really. Do you think it's becoming, just before we go, do you think that it's becoming more and more clear that higher divisions are the ones to go for, or game week dependent still? I don't think it's becoming clear at the moment. I think in over the next few weeks, when all the distribution starts to level out, it will probably be quite attractive to be in the higher divisions. At the moment, I think you could probably say that some of the mid-range and the lower divisions have actually been a little bit more attractive in comparison to the rewards you can win and how much you can win. But I think that will like sort of smooth itself out over time. All right, cool. We'll be back in 5, guys, so don't go anywhere. Stay connected. We have free Tip Scout Fund coupons available, so When I come back, I'll see which ones have been redeemed, and then we can do them as well. So see you in a minute. All right, guys, welcome back. And you can probably see, you probably noticed actually, that my balance has changed. So before we went on the break, I had about 64 pounds in there. We've now got 94, and that's because somebody bought Lucero. So mission accomplished there. The aim was to try and sell him before the midweek started. We've done it. I'm really happy with that because, yeah, we could have made an extra £5 more if I'd have taken the offer. But the key was to get him sold before the midweek. And I'm actually kind of happy because maybe this guy can use him more for the midweek, right? And he would have just been too good a player to have not put in a lineup. And I can't put him in a lineup in the midweek when I had him. So I'm actually glad now that it's gone to a different manager, and hopefully Lucero can help this guy to a reward in the midweek. And yeah, we've got the money for it as well. So good stuff, really good stuff. We've got a couple more players actually that we could maybe see if we could sell. Actually, don't know if we can. We've got two more players that we're kind of trying to sell before the midweek. The issue is that Hoyos is, I don't want to sell Hoyos for super low because I really like Michael Hoyos. I think he's great. Look, he's so consistent. Look at that. And like Sorare can't mint any more cards of him, which I think makes him very attractive. Yeah. I think our pricing is fine at 25. I don't want to sell him for less than that. And even then, I think 25 is far too low, to be honest with you. I'm not super comfortable with it, but in fact, you know what? Because I'm not super comfortable with it, I could just up it. I mean, that's not really going to help us, I think, to sell him. I think I'd be a little bit more comfortable selling him for more. Like if he had sold for 25, then so be it. I would have accepted it. You can see here that his recent sales have not been as high as that, but he's also a player, as I say, that is in limited supply. And he's one of my favourite players too. So I think we will just cancel that. I almost don't mind if he doesn't sell now. We'll massively raise the price on him. Like to that. And then if he doesn't sell, he doesn't sell. That's fine. In fact, everyone else has got theirs around 40. Let's try and get closer to them. Because I really, as I say, I'm very happy to keep this guy. But if somebody wants him, they're going to have to pay this now, I think. Cool, done. And then the other player that we could sell for the midweek, which I don't think we're going to be able to. Funny enough, I actually bought him the other day. I bought him because I was honestly planning on doing a midweek lineup. And then this other game that I sort of mentioned to you guys, I've been getting a lot more into, and I want to be putting a bit more into that. And so it made me think, well, I don't technically need Pacheco anymore for the midweek. I could sell him with my other midweek players and then use the sales to put into that other game. Let's see if we can sell him. See, that's the problem. This one here in particular, I mean, there's so many more that are cheaper than us, so I don't actually think we're going to be able to sell him unless we make a massive loss on him, which I'm not really prepared to do. Yeah, I will tell you all you guys about that game. I've mentioned it. I haven't mentioned the name, but I will tell you guys about it when I'm ready to share it. As in, like, I need to play it more. I need to... I don't like to share games, really, that I'm not... that I don't know enough to share, right? If I share something, then it's because I'm confident that it's a really good game. I really like it. I know the ins and outs of it. So give me a bit more time with it. And then once I have got my head around it all, and once I feel really good with it, I can then share it with you guys. And hopefully I'll have a referral link as well which will then mean that you guys can use it, sign up with it, and then start off really well with getting loads of free stuff in there. All right, Pacheco, no, we're probably not going to be able to sell him. That's fine. Ideally, if we could, great, but I don't think so with 11 minutes to go. Guys, don't forget to do your academy teams, okay? Make sure that they're all done and that they're all confirmed. Which these ones are. It feels a bit weird that we don't have a midweek team because we usually do. But obviously we just sold one. I will be keeping an eye on it. Can you imagine now if my midweek team that I just sold would have ended up winning a podium? That's going to be a little bit too hard to swallow, I think. I almost don't want them to do well anymore now that I've sold them, even though I think that they will. Okay. Let's go over to Pooky really quickly. Whilst we've got about 10 minutes, we can start to do our predictions for the next game week. We said that we were going to go into the Champions League and then the English League because there's only 7 games in the English League. And so what we'll be able to do is we'll be able to predict 6 of the 7, and then that gives us a chance to get into the prize pool here. Right, Luton versus Brentford. I am actually going to go for a 2-1 for Luton. I think actually it could be a draw as well. But I'm going to back Luton. They know that this is a big game. They really have to win it. They do have a bit of an injury crisis going on. But if they can just muster up the strength to get a win here, they'll be oh so close to safety. So I think I'm going to back them to win. I'm going to go 2-1. Sheffield United versus Burnley. This is such a dead rubber game, really, isn't it? I mean, Sheffield United are basically relegated. Like, mathematically, they're not, but they pretty much are. Burnley will need to get a win here to have any chance of trying to overtake Luton. I feel like this is a draw. It's got a draw written all over it. I mean, it shouldn't be because both of these teams will feel like this is one they need to get 3 points from. So if we wanted to be really adventurous here, we could back maybe Burnley to win. God, or even go Sheffield United to win for 320.5. I mean, they could do it. The problem is with them is that they've just not really done it enough to confidently back them to win. They've only won 3 games all season. How many have they won at home? Okay, 2 of those have come at home. It's not that good. Like the last time they went up against Burnley, they got hammered 5-0. But I think they did go down to 10 men pretty early on, right? Yeah, I mean, they were kind of 2-0 down already by half time. But then it didn't help that they then went down to 10 men. I mean, they've been picking up a lot more draws, Sheffield. It could be a 0-0 as well, couldn't it? What's the 0-0? God, the 0-0's 444.9. Oh my God. I think we're going to do that. Yeah, we're going to do that. That is the type of game that could be a 0-0. If you're going to give me 445 points for a game that has a realistic chance to be a 0-0, I'm going to take it. And if it isn't, we've got the 1-1 on here anyway. Let's do that. Good shout from Similicate. Yeah. The points potential there for what has a realistic chance of happening is too good. Then we've got Wolves versus Arsenal. Interesting. I want to back Wolves to win here. I don't really know why, because Arsenal should win. They did slip up in their last game, so they might be feeling the heat a little bit. And they have quite a big game, of course, away to Bayern Munich tomorrow. So that intensity of that game, coupled with the travel, could mean that, especially if they go out, to Bayern, that will also be not only physically fatiguing, but then mentally could be quite devastating because they probably have ambitions to get further than this round, a lot further. I'm not seeing Arsenal get through here against Bayern, by the way. I think Bayern at home should be able to get that done. What was the last result between Wolves versus Arsenal? So look, Arsenal have won the last 5. What are Wolves playing for at the moment? They're 11th. Arsenal are getting through. Hello to Calford, by the way. Yeah, Wolves aren't really playing for anything other than just pride. And of course money, because if they get a higher rank position in the table, they get more money at the end of the season. They're quite good at home though, Wolves, no? They are, but they haven't been as good as what I usually expect from them. I'm going to be different here. Like, if we backed Arsenal to win like 2-1, it's not really worth it. Or maybe like, I think Wolves will score. So if we went 2-0, it's not worth it. 3-0 is not worth it. Nah. We're going to do, I think, 2-1. Yeah, we're going to do that for 693.5. Boom. All right. And then we've got Everton versus Nottingham Forest. Everton got absolutely humiliated last night by Cole Palmer and company. So it's going to be difficult for them to pick themselves up. But Nottingham Forest also, they need a win. This is a difficult game because both of these two teams need to get something out of it here. Like, Forest are not in the clear. So they're both hovering around relegation. You think it goes to pens? Do you really? You think the Arsenal-Bayern one goes to pens? I think Bayern are going to win it in 90 minutes. I think Bayern win the game against Arsenal in 90 minutes there. Oh, that penalty situation was stupid, wasn't it? Honestly, when I saw that, I haven't seen that type of thing since playing Sunday League football, where everybody, you know, like you're 9, 10 years old and everyone's fighting over who takes the penalty when you're playing Sunday League. There's no way that should be happening. Top flight football. And I actually saw the interview with Pochettino afterwards, and he told him, never again. And you know he would have been pissed seeing that, because it just looks so amateur and clownish, doesn't it? You've got like 4 players fighting over a penalty for like 2 minutes. It's like, you've got a designated penalty taker. Unless he says, I don't want to take it, he takes it, right? Standard. And apparently now they know, but they should have really known that. And I think Dele Alli made a really good point, because he was one of the guys, one of the pundits, right? And Dele Alli said that he didn't see that same situation from the Chelsea boys when they had that last minute not last minute, but they had that late penalty against Man United, right? You didn't see four players fighting for the penalty then. It was just a case of, well, we're smashing this team, so everyone wants to get on the score sheet, right? Very, very amateur. So, yeah, that was a little bit embarrassing. If you've not seen it, check it out. In the end, it took Conor Gallagher, who was the captain, to basically say, look, it's not happening. He's the penalty taker. Give it to him. And everyone just piss off. But yeah, hopefully we shouldn't see that, really. I don't think we'll see it again. It was schoolboy stuff, wasn't it? Yeah. Chelsea have given a lot of opportunities to mock them this year, and that was definitely one of them. Right. Everton, Nottingham Forest. What are we going to do here? What are we going to do? I want to back Everton. I want to back Everton. It's not a very easy decision to make. I think I do want to do probably another 2-1's a little bit too low, but yeah, I think I'm going to go for 2-1 here. I was tempted to do 2-2, yeah. I was tempted to do 2-2. Like that there gives you the potential for 430. But then obviously if it's just a draw, you still get a decent amount from it. I mean, that is kind of tempting. Like Nottingham Forest as well are the type of team that could score 2 goals against Everton. They haven't really been, well, look, 2-2 here, then they lost 3-1. At home, they scored 3. They're really, I think, only scoring 1 away from home, right? On average. Yeah, look, their XG is 1.07, and they are literally scoring an average of 1.06. So they're pretty much scoring 1 goal. That's what I expected. And look, they've scored 1 goal in 69% of their away games, but they've only scored 2 in 31%. And Everton don't really tend to concede more than 1 at home. So my prediction, I think, was pretty much on the money. 2-1 there at the moment. Okay, what's the next game? Palace versus West Ham. This is an over 2.5 game for me. It's a big game as well because it's a bit of a derby game, this one. Palace West Ham. What's the score lines been like here? I'm sure it's been over 2.5 when these two teams have met. And probably in favour of West Ham too, from memory. Yeah, look, head to head, over 2.5, both teams scoring. Yeah. Crystal Palace actually haven't lost against them in any of the past 3. That's pretty good. I think, again, we probably do need to back Crystal Palace here. West Ham are up against Leverkusen. That's on Thursday. Now, they don't have to travel, but if they want to try and save their chances of going through, they're going to have to put out their strongest team here. Palace don't have a midweek game, so they should be fresher. And also, West Ham just look a little bit rocky at the moment. Let's go for a win for Crystal Palace here. Probably going to be another 2-1. Seems so boring, doesn't it, to do 2-1? But I actually think that it could be 2-1 here. Let's do it. And then Villa versus Bournemouth, I think we'll go a bit harder here. So Villa do actually have an away game, don't they? I think. Are they away? Yeah, they're away. To Lille. So it's not too far to travel, but it's still travel. Difficult game for them, really. Because they're not too in the clear. And Lille at home will fancy their chances to go through. Bournemouth don't really have a lot to play for. They're technically safe. They're too far away from any of the European spots, so I don't think they have a great deal to play for. Aston Villa need to get a win here. I'm going to go for Aston Villa. And I'm going to back Aston Villa to score 3 goals, but I'm going to back Bournemouth to score 2. We're going to go for like a crazy scoreline here, 3-2. Let's do that. And can we do one more? I don't think we can. No, we can't. Like, there is one more game for us to predict, but we can't do this game because if we do this game, we don't have enough energy at the moment to predict then fully the Champions League and then the USA League. We need to find an additional 2. I wonder. Hold on a minute. 1 second, guys, right? So 120 needs to go in here. And then, yeah, like literally 20 needs to go into the German league. So we need to find an additional 2. What I think I'll do here is we will buy. We have 4.192 Matic. We will buy an extra energy, right, for $2.79. Now, the reason we're going to do that is because Sorare are going to refund us this back in August, so I don't mind doing it. Ordinarily, I wouldn't do it. Yeah, we need 2 predictions for the Champions League, so this is how it's worked out. Look, it's going to cost us 20 in here, so that's going to leave us with 128. And then we have 12 left, right? So that's going to be 120. So we're going to have 8 left over. And we need another 10. We need 10 to do the last prediction in the English league. So if we buy 1, it's going to take us to 9. And then we're going to see if we can spend some POC to level up our pooky balls to give us an extra 1. That's what we're going to do. So we do that here. Increase forever. We don't mind because Sorare, Pooky are going to give us the value back here in August. So we're going to buy 1. In fact, you know what? Before we actually do that, let's see if we can get up to 2 without buying anything. Like this one here is a level 0, right? Let's take this up to 10, just using the POC that we've got. Okay, and let's see if that is going to give us an extra 1. Okay, so we're going to level that one up to 10, using 100 POC, which is a lot. That's okay. Okay, we're not too worried about the boosters here at the moment. Or do I have to do them? Okay, I have to do them. It doesn't really matter, I don't think. Not really. Right, refresh the page here. Here we go, look. So we got an extra 1 from leveling that up from a level 0 to 10. Then what we can do is maybe take these ones up to 10 as well. I don't actually think that's going to give us enough though, is it really? But we'll try and get these up to 10. or maybe, yeah, let's say 15 here. Let's take this one up from 9 to 15. Oh, hold on. No. Yeah, that's better. We take it up to 13. It's going to have a cost of 91.8. Do you definitely get it immediately with leveling? Thought it just increased your cap for the next refresh. No, yeah, you can see we're getting it immediately, which is pretty good, right? It's useful in this situation because then we can plan out our energy and our games that we predict on. So we take this one up to 13, and then what we'll do the same for the other one. There we go, look, 150. We don't even need to do it. We've done it. We got there. How cool was that, honestly? It cost us a bit of POC to do, but we haven't had to spend any of our crypto to do it. We just spent the POC, and now we've solved our problem. So now what we can do is we go into the English League here. We can now afford to predict this one, right? So we fully predict this league, and we're going to do Fulham to score 1, but then I think Liverpool to score 3, maybe 4. Let's do 4-2, actually. Why not? Let's do that. Okay, so that's done. Fully predicted. Now we have exactly 140. So what's going to happen is that tomorrow, well, technically today, but I think we want to wait to see how we get on with our predictions first before we enter the last 2 in. But then what we're going to do is we're going to spend 20 of our 140 predicting these 2 tomorrow, and then it leaves us with exactly 120, which is enough for us to then complete the USA League here. Everyone clear on that? Hopefully it helped you as well, and it showed you a good way to increase your energy really quickly. Oh. Okay, Global All-Star. Okay. All-Star Limited. What's everyone up to? It's really quiet in the chat. Oh, Hervey Kofi's 46, which is great because we can actually afford a much stronger. I haven't seen it, but I can only imagine. Yeah. I guess if you own everything, then you should be expected to win everything, right? What did we say we're going to do? We were going to do Eric Bocat in here. Okay, so a lot of you guys are setting lineups and scouting as well. Cool. Okay. Okay, so we're going to put Kadri in here as well. Then we're going to do Peter Musa. Though technically we don't. Kind of do, but we don't. We will, though. And then we can actually afford to put Anto Grigic in now, which is even better than playing Lewis Cook here. And then we've even got enough spare here. We've got 46 where we could look at a different defender, but unfortunately we don't really have one. So it will be Bokat here. Cool. Then we were thinking about doing 220. We need to do, if we can, 240 limited. Don't know whether it's going to fit, though. Where's our... Okay, we also need to do, I forgot about this, we need to do Challenger Limited here, where our Challenger Limited is our Div, our in-season Div 3 team, where we do Meliar, then Fontas or Leibold. Let's continue to do Leibold for now. You guys will be able to pick it closer to the game week starting. Then Shaloi, and then let's do Agadar again, or we could do Fontas, but let's do Agadar again. Like that. For now. Okay. So that's the community team. And then what was it that we said? Yeah, okay, so we've done these at the moment. Right, and this is where it got a little bit tricky now. So if we go into the cat modes. Okay. We're not going to be able to do it. No. So this would have to be a 270, or we throw that into Challenger. Not Challenger. Yeah, we throw it into Challenger. We could do 270 as well, and we probably will do 270 over Challenger. 329 cards and 2,700 boxes. Okay. Don't think so. What's going on here? Here we go. Why can we not see the prize pool? Okay, so there's no prize pool at the moment for Cap 270. There will be. But at the moment, there isn't one, which is a little bit annoying. Okay. $220. Okay. Yeah, this is where it's getting a little bit tricky, isn't it? We'd have to assume that Biatki's fit again. And even then, it's not that great. Look, a huge bar. Okay. Let's scrap that for now. Let's do... Hello to Thompson. How you doing, man? You right? Have you got... I'm good, man. Have you got a lot of hopes for the midweek at all? Hello to LCH as well. Maybe what we could do is we could play... Okay, let's do it like this, right? There's Zubsuk in here. Because if we don't play Zubsuk in here, we'd have to play him in Contender. And I just don't think we have the strength in depth, really, to be aiming at Contender right now. Yeah. So what we do... Oh, hold on. We don't have a team at the moment in Cap 240 Limited. So maybe that's where we need to go. We've got this team in 270. We probably do need to be doing a 240 team. So we could do Zubsuk. Got no teams, unfortunately. Only have Gvardiol, Ursners, and Brand with games and XP week for me. Was you not tempted at all to sell anyone for the midweek at all? Because that's basically what I done. I had one team that I could put out and it was pretty good, but I opted to use the opportunity to sell them for profit, which is what we done for most of the part. We had a few players that we weren't able to sell, but other than that, we done pretty good. Oh, Claudia Bravo's back. Bravo's back. It's not actually a good fixture for Bravo. Did he get through the full 90 minutes, Bravo? Probably not. Surely they don't give him the full 90 minutes, did they? They did. Oh my God. You didn't fancy waiting a few months for them to sell. Fair enough. I can relate to it as well. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I'm pretty happy that we were able to sell so many in a short time frame because I didn't really expect it. But I guess that's the advantage of selling players that have a fixture in the midweek. Who's hoping for an Mbappe tonight? You are, Calvert. In what competition? Oh, Jose Estrada. Okay. We've got some good options here. And we've got Hollingshead too. Let's do that. And then midfielder-wise, we've got, again, Illy Sanchez. Let's pair him up. And then up front, this is where it can get a little bit tricky now. If we don't play Pulido in the community team, then I will play Pulido in here. And then it was going to give me 47. Which then allows us perfectly to play Jose Estrada. Oh, that's worked out so good. And this team here, we would definitely punt for the 340 point mark for the $8 there. Reach for the stars, Arthur. Yeah, the J-League comps look quite cool. I'm personally not going to be taking part in them because I don't really have any J-League players, and I won't start building a team for it. But yeah, J-League special weeklies are good. You're on 269.46 and rare 240 with the 270 option. No way. Ah, that's so brutal. But where are you getting the Mbappe from? Right, where do we need to put Slovic? Either Challenger or Cap 270, and we're thinking either or 220. Problem is with the 220, I don't know if it's really going to work. Let's try it. 220 rare. Okay. Yeah, this is not great. I mean, Armored Goose is not starting, which is a shame. Because if he was, we could pair him up. He might even be injured, actually. This isn't going to work, is it? I mean, the only way this is going to work is if we then put Anthony Uja in for 29. And then even then, we've got 32. And who have we actually got at 32? Yeah, nobody, really. You have him captained in the European Knights Limited comp. Oh, man. Love it. They do, yeah. We've done our predictions on Pooky. No, I thought what you meant, Calfa, is that you were hoping for an Mbappe to win. Yeah, I didn't realize you meant you're hoping for an Mbappe 100. I didn't quite see it, but now I see it. Yeah, I get it. Thought you meant that you were hoping to win an Mbappe. But yeah, Mbappe 100 for you tonight? Yeah, that'd be incredible. I'm backing Barca against PSG. We've done it on Pooky. I put my prediction in, I think it was 3-2. No, we went 2-2. We went 2-2, but I think it's, I remember now, it's because we can't quite figure out where this could go or what the exact score is going to be. So we're going to go for like a nice, safe, tactical prediction. I think it'll be a huge effort if PSG can beat Barcelona at the Nou Camp. Barca are losing 3-1. Well, if you put 3-1 in and they end up losing 3-1, you will look like a mastermind. You really will. How many points do you get on Pookie for a 3-1? Let's have a look, actually. We're right here. 552. Well, 417 base points. It's pretty good. Very good. Brokey Boy reckons that Barca, Dortmund, Arsenal and City will qualify. I agree up until Arsenal. I don't think Arsenal are going to beat Bayern or get through. I think Bayern are going to get through. And I think Barca will get through. I think Dortmund will get through. I think City will get through. The one I don't agree with there would be Arsenal. I think Bayern can get that done. Why don't I think that they can do it? I think that they needed to have won it at home. Because they didn't win at home, I can't see Arsenal beating Bayern away. And I think Bayern at home, even though they've been a little bit choppy, Bayern at home with the only thing left for them to win is the Champions League. I think Bayern at home will beat them in 90 minutes. I just think that on paper, the Bayern team is just as good, if not better, than Arsenal. They have the home advantage. They've got that extra incentive that this is the only thing now that they can win. And it's been a shocking season for them. I think it's just a little bit too much for Arsenal to do away. They could do it, I can't see them doing it. And I think, to be honest as well, if we looked at the odds here, the odds are going to probably heavily favour Bayern here. I'd be surprised if they weren't. Yeah, look, 2.38 versus 2.7. Now, this is in 90 minutes. If we looked into it and we looked at where the bookies are favouring who's going to go through, I'm sure, look, Bayern, winner of the tie. And I agree with it. I think with the home advantage, Bayern have to be considered the favourites here. I guess the question really is, how can you guys, and I'm asking this legitimately, why would you guys consider Arsenal to be the favourites to go through against Bayern Munich away from home? I can't see that. If it was the other way round, if this second leg was at the Emirates, right, then I'd probably be thinking differently, and I'd be saying, well, I think Arsenal can do it with the home crowd behind them in their own home stadium, but not at the Allianz Stadium. I can't see it personally. I think Bayern go through here. And if anything, I actually think they do it in 90 minutes. I don't even think it goes to extra time. You think Arsenal loss in the Prem goes to motivate them? Yeah, you know what? You could be right. That loss that they had could really be the wake-up call. That then they go into this next game really sharp. You don't think you can handle another penalty? You know what, though? As long as you have players that take penalties properly, you guys saw the Budimir penalty, didn't you? Let's bring that up. The guy, honestly, this is going to haunt this guy forever, this penalty. I know a lot of you guys have probably seen it. Look at how disastrous this penalty is here. That is awful. This is honestly one of the worst penalties, if not the worst penalty I've ever seen.
The quiet.
He was waiting for the goalkeeper to move, and the goalkeeper didn't really commit. And then by the time he got there, he had to kick it. It's just like,
What a moment.
So bad.
And what a terrible spot kick that was.
It's so bad. So as long as your Arsenal players don't do this in a penalty shootout, or any player doesn't do this, you should be fine. He's been having actually a pretty good season, Budimir.
But that's his worst moment of the campaign.
I think there was like a lot of contention about, look at this.
Trickling into the
it looks worse in slow-mo.
Oh, Mamadashvili.
It's so bad. I love his reaction as well. Yeah, so if you were worried about penalties, then hopefully lots of players have now seen it and thought, I'm not even going to try and do the stupid Panenka or just wait for the keeper to commit, and then I choose my corner. When you do it, it looks great, right? But when you get that wrong, it can look spectacularly wrong, as it did for Budimir. Is that a penalty save or a collect? Yeah. I think it's a delivery. That should be a negative decisive, shouldn't it? He didn't even kick. He didn't even shoot it. I don't even think that really classes as a shot, even although technically it is, but it's like a miss kick. Like a half pass, half shot. What was he doing? We got distracted, didn't we, by that? A good distraction, though. Right, so where I'm at here... Where I'm at is that I need to put some kind of a team out with Jakub Slovic. His cost of 54 is quite a lot in 220, so if we were to do it in 270, it would work better. The problem is that the Yak key is probably going to be missing again. So we would end up having to play Santelli or Anthony Uja. I think I'm going to do this in 270. Let's try it. And then I don't really know who else we can put in here. I mean, we're kind of struggling now. It would be Lewis Cook, but I would like to sell him, I think. Yeah, I think so too, Mark. Yeah, that's why I'm really tempted to use him, Anthony Uja, because even though he's not starting, if he gets a rare start here against his opponent, I think it's a good game where he could score well. If he doesn't start, but he comes off the bench, I still think he could score 60 points or more, which is kind of why I'd like to fit him in a lineup. And I was thinking, well, could we put him in here? And we kind of could, with the L15 being so low. It would then just mean that let's do both, right? Hold on. So why don't we do this, right? So put Anthony Uja in here in the 220. And then midfielder-wise, we could put Monteiro in. We probably should put Monteiro in. And we will. Even though he got dropped to the bench in the last game. And then defensively, we've got Pappy that would stack up. But the issue here is that if we do that, it's then only going to leave us with, what's that? 32. So what I was thinking is that maybe we don't play Pappy. Maybe instead we play... We can't play Bocat because we need Bocat for Threshold. Can't really see how we're going to make this work in 220. I'm almost trying to fit a square shape in a circular shape or a triangular shape, which is not working. If we put Pappy in, who's realistically the only other best defender we've got. We looked at this earlier, didn't we? Where we're then looking at our 32 options in limited and rare. We just don't really have anyone else to put in here that is playing or scoring good. Which is why I'm now quite convinced that we need to play this team in 270. Because then at least we've got here, even with Anthony Usha, we've got more than enough where we can put in whoever here. And, you know, to be honest, I really want to play Biaki. So we'll put him in for now, but if he's injured, we'll take him out. But let's do that for now. Yeah, we didn't really even have a limited card, did we, Mark? Look, got some limiteds here. We can use one of them. If we just switch to the limiteds, we don't have good players here to put in this team, which would make me convinced they can win anything. Look, not playing. All these guys not playing. Hernandez is a sub, not playing, sub. Like, none of them are playing. Yeah, too many DMPs, really. Almost like collection fillers, just boosting us on the collection, but are players that we can't really use, like game week to game week. That's why the collections are so smart from Sorare, because you end up buying players that you don't really want, that can't really help you in SO5 directly, but they kind of help you indirectly with the bonus, right? Just got loads of these players that are just contributing towards the collection score, but they can't actually contribute to, actual scoring in a game week. Bit annoying. Yeah. So I think we've worked it out. So for the time being, it goes into 270. And, to be honest with you, if it really came down to it, what we could do is we could take out Anto Grigic from here, for example, if Biaki's really not going to play. And then what we could do is we could put, say, Grigic in here, right? Like, is he gone? We could put Grigic in here and we could give him the captaincy, right? At the moment, Grigic is in 240. Right? So at the moment, Grigic is in 240, which is where I want him, ideally. But if push comes to shove, we can take him out. We can put him into 270, put the captaincy on him here as well. He's got a home game against Lucerne, which is pretty good. And he's the type of player that can hit like an 80, 90, because he has good AA and he gets involved in decisives, right? But then if we do that, it then asks the question of, well, what happens then to our 240? Who goes in there? And so if we took him out, we then have 55. And then what we could actually do is then like cancel the listing of Lewis Cook and then play Lewis Cook in here. Because Lewis Cook is really a threshold player that would actually give us then 49 for the defender, but we wouldn't really need it because we're still going to play Bokat here, I think, anyway. But that would be almost like our fallback scenario if we get to the game week starting and we see that Biaki's still not ready to play, he's still injured. Okay, we'll be like, okay, cancel Lewis Cook, put Lewis Cook in 240, move Grigic into here. Dominguez was benched because they didn't need to play him. They rested him because they have another game, I think, not in the midweek, but they have another game pretty soon. So it's just rest. Yeah, but they needed to rest him. Do you know why? Let me show you why. Okay? I mean, I get what you're saying, but I think in this case, they probably did need to do it. Let's bring up Quito. Like, Gonzalo Vale is actually a pretty good goalkeeper that they bought in the summer. So it was a good opportunity to give him some game time, because he does deserve a little bit of game time. But their next few fixtures are a little bit tricky. So this one here, Orenz, this is not technically super tricky because like they're 14th at the moment. So maybe Dominguez plays this one. Maybe he doesn't. I'm hoping he does because we want to line him up. But realistically, they want to make sure that Dominguez is fit for this game because this game is really difficult. You know, against Junior, this is a difficult game. This is round 3 as well, so they definitely want to make sure that they have their best players for that one. So I actually thought that they were going to rest Dominguez here against Orenz, but they haven't. They've rested him here. So it does remain to be seen whether he's going to be rested again, so that he's then fully fit for this one, and he's not injured, he's available. Or if they risk Dominguez here, and let's say that Dominguez then gets injured, then he can't play in this one. And this is the more important game for them, really. Yeah, this is a difficult game. Junior. Like, they don't lose many games at all. And it's at home for them too, which is a good good opening. Look, they had a bit of a bad run here, but other than that, quite a tough team, really. But they've got Carlos Bacca, Marco Perez there, Yimi Chara, Diver Saicedo. This is difficult for Quito. Yeah. Yeah, he got a red, didn't he? At least Piovi's going to be nice and fresh for this game, though, against against Junior. Yeah, he did need a rest, yeah. I think, was it you, Similacate, he was saying that he looks really tired and that they needed to rest POV, and he's taken matters into his own hands now with that red card, so now they have to rest him. Right, so 270 is fine, 240 is fine. We're not doing, at the moment, a 220 team in rare, but I think what we could do potentially is we could maybe do a 220 limited team. Could we? I don't actually think we've got another goalkeeper, though. No, we can't really. I mean, we could, but we don't have another goalkeeper. So it probably wouldn't be worth it. We'd be struggling here to put out a decent team. We'll put something in anyway as like a placeholder. Do we have someone who's a 34? Yeah, we do. We have Ivan Audets. We've got Aaron Barry. We don't really have people that are playing. Let's just do that for now, though. This would have to be, again, Bayaki, I don't think needs to be in here. In fact, we could put Veroni in. It's a bit easier, isn't it? Let's do that for now. And then maybe we can put, where's he gone? Could we do Kessler in here as well, or was Kessler too high? Oh, Kessler's just a little bit too high, like that. But maybe we take Jasic out then. And then for 48, not really good options, is it? Let's keep him in. Let's take Kessler out. And then the 38 option in here. I mean, this is going to need to be changed anyway. This is just like a placeholder. We've then got like Ibanez, Kevin Sandoval. Oh, dear me. Really scraping the barrel. Let's do that for now. When are the LDU new seasons, man? I don't know. Nobody knows, right? It'd be nice if we knew a bit of a schedule, but I guess the argument to that is that if we knew, then, and if Sorare told people in advance when you can expect the new cards, then it would really hurt the sales of the old ones, wouldn't it? So hopefully soon. But I kind of feel like maybe you just never know. You just never know, right? You never know. I mean, they should be releasing the Brazilian cards like this week, no? They don't have many Brazilian clubs that they have free license, but the Brazilian league obviously has started this week. And so they either need to release the new cards this week or maybe next week, but they should probably be the next new season cards that are going to be released in the game, I'd say. Yeah, they will be hurt either way, but I think the point here is that you almost don't want to be saying, okay, like on the 30th of April, we're going to be releasing the new cards, right? Because then anybody that's selling their old cards then has an even harder chance to sell them. And so I feel like Sorare don't like to show their hand, because if they don't show their hand, then you never know what's going to come. So you could be buying and buying and buying, and then they drop something in the game, and then you're like, oh shit, I wish I hadn't have bought all those cards because I would have preferred to have bought the new cards, right? So it's part of the reason, I guess, why they don't say anything. But you are kind of right. They get hurt either way, but when you kind of say this is the expiry date, effectively, of the old cards, then I mean, we're already seeing it anyway, though, aren't we? I'm not joking when I say this. I haven't said this yet, but if we go on to the market here, I'm sure that this will be changed. Okay, I'm sure that this will be changed. But if we go on to a player, any player, let's just pick up Lewis Cook here. We already talked about it yesterday, but this is the kind of thing that annoys me to the point where it doesn't make me want to play the game or promote the game as hard. When you go on to a player and it's automatically selected as in season, I want them to change that, because I don't think that Sorare need to aggressively push the new season cards to the point where they're almost hiding the old season cards, because we have a format that you can play both, right? And I get why they're doing it, but I don't think they should be doing it, because I don't think that that is a good look for the company or the game when you're doing that. Like if I go onto the market, I want to be able to decide which cards I see. I don't want the game to be saying, don't look at these cards, but look at these cards, right? So I think they need to give a setting where we can change that, or just take this off in season. But I think if you take it off in season and you have it so that you're then seeing all the cards, there'll be some managers that won't like that either. So they almost can't win either way. They just need to make a setting so that users can choose a preference. Do they want to see classic and in-season cards when they're searching on the secondary market? Do they want to see only in-season? Do they want to see like classics, which probably just won't happen, because then that will really won't help Sorare. But I want to see this change, because stuff like that, I don't think that I think it's disingenuous a little bit for Sorare to be doing it. And I want to see it change like ASAP. I don't want to see this still here in a month's time or 2 months' time. I want to see this changed within a week. Because I just think that it's already quite difficult for managers to sell cards on the secondary market. And then if you're hiding, naturally hiding like loads of cards anyway, it's not helping others to enjoy the game. How is Aaron Herrera not sold yet? What's going on here? I want to sell another card so I can get this balance up to 100 and then just cash it out of the game. So like here, we go on to see the other cards for Aaron Herrera. And this is exactly my point that I don't like here. I don't like this at all. Like as a user, I want to be able to decide that I don't want to see just the new cards. I want to see all the alt cards here. I hate having to constantly untick this, right? Uncheck it. And you can see here, this is a good example. We've come onto the secondary market and it gives the illusion like these are the only cards to buy on the market. And all of these cards are from Sorare directly, right? I don't think Sorare need to be that, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the correct word? Don't think they need to be that. Trying to think of a nice diplomatic word here. They don't need to push their own cards, or they don't need to push users to that extent to buy the new season cards. The restructure of the format is already attractive enough that people can see the advantage of buying new season cards over old season cards, right? So you can win cash in there. You'll need new season cards for the special weeklies. People get it, right? They already get it from the restructure. You then don't need to be saying only buy these, right? Yeah, they need to change it. So right here, we click on limited and then we take it off in season. It then opens up a massive market of all these cards which are being hidden. And I want to check this now because we are still the lowest card for Aaron Herrera, but we'll just drop it a little bit more. Well, what they done before, what they done before was that it wasn't in season, but they used to have it set as a default where it was showing the most relevant. And the most relevant was showing, basically, first it was showing the cards off the auctions market and the instant buys. And everyone was like, no, like if I go onto the secondary market, I want to usually see the lowest price to the highest price, right? That's the default that I want. I don't want it to be defaulting showing the most relevant, because the most relevant was in most cases the instant buy cards and the cards that were on the auctions market. And that's why people are like, nah, like, come on, we know that you want to sell cards and that's fine, but don't do it in that kind of way, you know? And now this is even worse because they're now hiding the old cards. And I don't know whether it's a bug or whether it's intentional, but what I do know is that if it was a bug, they should really change it quickly. If it was intentional and that the feedback is don't do it, which I think most people don't like it, then they should also be trying to change it pretty quickly. What's this here? Okay. Just a little bit too slow to react on stuff like this here. There we go. Why does Sorare keep putting out Liverpool special stuff? You know why? Because they had a relationship with Liverpool even before they got the full license for the Premier League. So Liverpool cards were the only Premier League, well, Liverpool and West Ham cards were the only Premier League cards on the game before Sorare got the full Premier League license. So yeah, I think they've been like a favoured club for Sorare because of the long-term relationship they've had. But you're right. I'm a Man United fan. I don't want to have to keep seeing Liverpool stuff. It's good for the game and it's good for Liverpool fans, but yeah, I'd like to see a Man United event or something other than a Liverpool event. What is this one here? Yeah, so this is a Liverpool collection event, isn't it? So if you've been collecting Liverpool players, the top collectors will get what is this here? Your Liverpool collection may be the key to making your dream come true, as 2 Liverpool collectors will win a spot. We will draw 2 winners among the club's top collectors. Each winner will receive 2 entries for this amazing experience. Okay. For a Liverpool collection to qualify for the draw, the collection score must exceed the points required to unlock the club badge. Okay. So rare over 300, limited over 400. Cool. Very cool. So it's a collector's event for Liverpool. But yeah, I kind of agree that Elias Paper Hands, I'd like to see something a bit different. Can't wait till the Luton weekly special. Yeah. Purchasing FM24 today. Are you really, Paper Hands? Any advice you have for me? First ever FM. Oh my God. I would say the best advice if you're going to be getting FM is to book a week off. Book a week off work, book a week off from any social events. If you've got a dinner or any kind of event set up, like a date with your girlfriend or wife, whatever, cancel that now or rearrange it. Take a week off because the game is probably going to eat up a week of your time very easily. And even after a week, you probably would have only done a couple of games. It's one of those games where you can spend almost a whole day tinkering with your team, your tactics, your backroom staff, scouting, doing training, doing so much in the game. Set piece routines now that you might not even see a ball be kicked in your first day. There's a lot. It's quite hefty. There's a lot to take on board. So that'd be my best advice. Take some time off. Yeah. Yeah, they've done that. You're right. They done that on another one, didn't they? Sorare. They took the feedback on board because people were saying it's a good point from Calvert. We'll just bring it back up. I kind of skimmed through it. But it is a valid point that we should mention here. And we should give kudos to Sorare for this, right? Please note that collections from all seasons and scarcities are eligible for the draw. Right? What they used to do before was they were saying that you must have collections from the new season. And it was a real middle finger to the early collectors of the cards, right? And it was wrong. It shouldn't be like that. If you've been collecting for Liverpool, it doesn't really matter whether you've been collecting them this year, last year, or 3 years ago. You're a fan of Liverpool. You're a strong collector of the cards, so you should be eligible. And so they've now integrated that. They should have really had it there from before, but fair enough, it's done. Now they're doing that regularly, and it's definitely appreciated. So, yeah, a big thumbs up to Sorare for that one. They need to keep that one going. Where if you collect cards in the game, you should be eligible for collector's event. It doesn't matter when you collect them. Right, what I want to do... Yeah, I think... Yeah. So if I can sell the Aaron Herrera, then that will take me to about £100, and then I can cash that out. So that's the next card that I need to sell. Is there another card that I need to sell as well, potentially? Does anyone think it's worth lining up a Cap 220 if my keeper will be a DMP? I think it is worth it, yeah. But it's worth it doing it with the expectation that you're not going to win anything. But you've got to be in it to win it. So if you've got a really strong outfielder, or outfielders of 4, give it a go. But just do it knowing that you're probably not going to win anything. Yeah, I agree with Calvert as well. You probably should be looking at Cap 240, but I was kind of assuming that you've already entered the team into Cap 240. If you haven't, then that would be even better. Throw it into Cap 240, and then just trying to have a chance at winning the $2, right? The low end. Okay, so there's Herrera, who we're trying to sell. Adam Lafondra. Okay, Adam Lafondra. He should be in here. He's not in here. He should be in here. Okay. I'm going to throw the rare of Adam Lafondra in here because he's not a card that I bought. He's a card that was gifted to me by one of you guys 2 months ago. And we did try and give him away, but he didn't get claimed. It was actually Arna Visco, look. Sun up 68. So I'm going to throw this rare of Adam Lafondra into the giveaways here, which means that if you predict a score for me on Pooky and you get it 100% correct, you could easily go and pick the Adam Lafondra, right? Because he's now in the pool. So remember, that's to throw your hat in the ring. Clear all the filters here. Then throw your hat in the ring, giveaways here. So now Adam Lafondra's in there. FTS, why don't you go for the 340 points in Captive 40 at all? If you entered every Captive 40 in the middle threshold, would you be down or up? So in rare, good question. In rare, I don't do it, but in limited, I do. Yeah. So in rare, I don't have a team. Well, I do have a team that can hit 340, but I think that I can pretty much hit the minimum rare threshold pretty much every week. Easily, and then if we massively outscore that, right, then we should be getting a card reward as well. So for me, it's almost like the card reward is the additional reward on top. I don't want to start trying to be too clever and trying to go for 340 in rare when my teams realistically they were built to hit 300 maximum most of the time, right? Because I built most of my threshold teams before Sorare then decided to change it. And so this type of team, for example, this is not a team that can realistically hit 340, but this is a team that can hit between 270 and 300. And if it goes over, great. But if I pick 340 when I know that they can't really do that, I'm just basically throwing away $15 every week. So I look at it like that I'm throwing away $15 rather than walking away and missing an opportunity to win what is it for 340? Let's have a little look. I always forget what it is actually. $80, right? Yeah. But in limited, I go for the 340 because in limited for me, I don't really feel like I don't want to be winning $2. That's nothing to me. I don't want to be winning that. So I'd much rather go for the 340 and limited. And my limited teams do tend to score higher than my rares anyway. So that's why. Thank you, Ola, as well, for the sub, man. Really appreciate that. Yeah, last week was an exceptional week, though. Yeah, like last weekend is not the norm. So if we look at how I done last week, it's not the norm. Not that one, sorry. 465. Yeah, this one here. This is not normal. Like, my team can't do that every week. Like, we didn't hit 390. We need to hit 390 to get the top whack, right? In threshold. So we didn't do that. But we wouldn't pick the 340. I mean, it's great that they smashed the 340, but that's not usual. And so for me, the big win here was getting the tier 3 rare, because we're only going in it to win the $15. So anything that we win above that is amazing. If I'd have put 340 in here for this team, I wouldn't have expected the team to hit 340 because they don't really tend to do it. And a good example here is that Morales hit a score of 49.3. He also had a negative decisive, so it could have been better. But Garterman hit a score of 94.6, and that's the first time that Garterman has hit a score of 90 points or more for Aberdeen. He's not been able to do that since he's joined them. So that was a real surprise. I actually expected him to give us a score of more like 50, maybe 60. But you can see here, look, what's going on with soraredata here? Here we go. Yeah, this is his first score that he got of 90 points or more. So, yeah. Like, if I target 270, I pretty much hit it every week. And the last weekend, we didn't hit it. And it was actually shocking that we didn't hit it because we've got more than enough good players to hit the 270. It's not even that high, but we just had a shocker all round. Like, what do you guys target? Maybe that's a question for the whole chat. And we also had to throw your hat in the ring as well. So we'll do that too. Thank you, Abon65. What do you guys tend to target? If you're playing rare, do you always just go for the minimum of 270, or do you play it by like looking at the fixtures that your team has and then thinking, okay, they've got really good fixtures, so we're going to go braver this time. We're going to hit the 340. I don't do that at all. I know some managers do that. Do you just play 340 all the time? Like, I play 270 all the time, and it doesn't even matter if my players have really strong fixtures on paper. I'm just going to hit the 270 and that's it. I'm happy. Whereas others might be playing 340 all the time and it doesn't matter on the fixtures either. This midweek is the first ever time I got for 270. Have you been hitting the 340 regularly though, paper hands? I'll tell you another reason, guys, why I don't play 340 in 240 is I don't want to look back at the transition period, and I don't want to look back in August, right, and think, you know what, I wish that I had played 270 more because I would have then been able to earn a lot more money from threshold. But I play 340 and I miss so many opportunities just to farm the $15, right? And I know myself that in August, I will be regretting more if I try to just be a bit bravado and go for the 340. And let's say it comes off a couple of times, right? I would be regretting it more that I tried to hit that instead of the 270. And then I only hit the 340 a couple of times. And actually, I could have been hitting 270 every week rather than like basically going for the 270 all the time and then getting 340 a couple of times, right? And then thinking, oh, you know what? I could have won more, but I win more in the long term by hitting the 270. So that's the way I look at it as well, is that I don't want to look back at the threshold in August and think there was a good opportunity for me to just farm a nice, easy $15 every week. And I kind of squandered it because I tried to go for 340 most weeks when realistically my gallery's not suited to 340. If I had some like big heavy hitting, and I mean like seriously heavy hitting superstar players, then I'd be hitting 340 and I'd probably be targeting 340 every week. But like, for example, like let's say that I had a Julian Dessart, right? Oh, sorry. Where is he? Where's he gone? Oh, am I doing it wrong? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. Julian Dessart. Thanks, man. So if I had like a Julian Dessart, right? This guy arguably should not be played in threshold because his L15 is too high. So most of the time, you won't really be able to do it. But let's say that I owned this guy and I could play him in cap 240 because I had another like players that were built around him with low L15s, right? Then if I had this guy, I'd be probably aiming for 340 every week. And if he's going through a bit of a bad run, which basically means that he's just not hitting scores of 60 points or more as regularly, that is going to drop his L15 down. So his L15 at some point will probably get to around 60, for example, right? Potentially. or less, then I would be thinking, okay, like we can play him and then play some stronger players around him. But I don't really tend to have the players that can do that. You know, that's what I'm talking about here. If you've got players that can hit like 80 pretty much every game, then they are going to be difficult to play in 240. But like consistently. But if you have players that can do this and then every now and then they have a bit of a stinker and it keeps their L15 in check, then I'd be hitting the 340, be targeting that more. All right, let's do the throw your hat in the ring. Abon 65, what we going for, man? What game are we going for and what's the score that you want to do? Toronto, New England, and we're going to go for 1-1. Okay. Thank you, man. So you're now going to be entered into throw your hat in the ring. We're going to go for 1-1. All right, and then we're going to add Abon 65 into the spreadsheet. All right, 1-1, and then Abon 65, which means that if it is actually 1-1 in that game, Abon 65 is going to win. I need to change this from being a limited card, right? It's actually just a Sorare card, but you guys know what it means. All right, because we're going to have a couple of rares in there from time to time. And as you guys just saw, I've just added in, who did I add in? Adam Lafondra. I might add in another rare as well, just to kind of mix it up and make it a bit interesting. In fact, you know what I could do? We just bought a second Armada Goose, didn't we? Let's do that. Let's throw that Armada Goose in. Okay, where's he gone? This is the one that I own, the new season card. And then the one that we just bought, let's go back here. There we go. Let's throw this in as well. So there's a rare Armada Goose in the giveaways there to be won. So if you play Throw Your Hat in the Ring this week, which is basically telling me what game on Pooky you want to make a score prediction on, and then you give me the score, that'll then add you into the competition. And then if your score is correct, if it is actually 1-1, and if you said 1-1, if it's 2-1 and you predicted 2-1, you then get a chance to pick any player you want in this pool of cards here that is constantly changing, that I'm constantly adding new players in here. And there's now a couple of rares in there as well. You think Pooky is going to add new leagues like the Belgian League soon? I hope that they can add the Belgian League for the next season. Yeah. I've kind of asked them, like, are there plans to be adding more leagues? And you know what? I think because they're now structuring the new format where with league passes, that's actually a much better platform for them to then launch more leagues, right, in the game. Because if they launch the Belgian Pro League in the game today, then it means at the moment with your Pokeballs, any Pokeball, you can go and predict in it, right? You can just go and do it if you own an America Pokeball or a Brazil one. But in the new format, it does actually, and it's a smart play from them, it does mean that if you then want to predict in the Belgian Pro League, you're going to have to pick up a Belgian pass, right? A Belgian League pass. So it's quite a nice, smart way of them making the game more sustainable for them so they can make more money, but also making it with the league passes so it's much more affordable for everyone to play Pooky and then play multiple leagues as well. So they're very clever what they've done there. But I agree, yeah, now that they've transitioned to a league pass system, I think you can expect next season for there to be lots more leagues coming to the game for you to predict in. What's the thoughts on when the new Pookie system comes into play to buy lots of common leagues or a few rare leagues? I'll be buying, hopefully, I will be buying 2 epic passes. Yeah, that's the plan. Either 2 epic passes or 1 legendary pass to begin with. It depends on whether I can get my collection fully maxed out on all the levels and then fully ascended. If I can do that, then my collection should then be valued around, I think, $1,500 give or take, and then that will allow me to get 1 legendary league pass or 2 epic league passes. I don't really know at the moment what I want to do. It's one or the other. There's a part of me that wants to just go and get the 2 epic league passes because then I can do what I'm doing at the moment, which is predicting to a minimum of 2 leagues each week, right? But I quite also like the fact that with this new update, it's almost going to allow me to jump from rare, which is where I'm at the moment with the rare Pokeballs. It's almost going to allow me to potentially jump 2 levels from rare all the way up to legendary. So I think that's quite, and you know, if I don't do that, then I might regret it. So I don't know. Has the 60% POC reward been implemented? No, it gets implemented in a few months' time. I think they said it gets implemented in, is it July? I think it's like a month before, right? Or is it actually in August? Let's have a quick look. I still need to do a video on this, by the way. I haven't done a video yet. What am I doing? I'm going on to Sorare here. Sorry, guys. Sorare on the brain. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Token transition. So it's going to be after. Yeah, it's going to be after the Euro 24 tournament. So from game week 87. And the Matic rewards will be replaced by POC. So there'll be a 66% increase in the total POC. So after the Euros, basically. Yeah. Good memory, though, Arthur, to remember that. Yeah, if any of you guys have not read the Pookie update, then I really suggest that you do. There's a couple of blogs that you can read very quickly. There's also they've done a video as well, and they also done an AMA that they then uploaded to YouTube, which goes into things a bit more detail and covers a lot of questions as well. And they've got the white paper. So the white paper is very good too. If you want to get involved in the white paper, it's this link here. You click on it, and it takes you into the white paper where you can then get into the real detail around all the nuances of the new update. So highly recommend it. I'm going to do a video soon. I haven't had a chance to really get around to doing it properly yet, but I'm going to do a video soon where I'm going to be kind of like summarizing the big takeaways from this update, give my thoughts on it, and then giving you guys an explanation around what that means for my collection. So what the plan is for me to get set in the new format. So that video will be out soon. Why is Philip Heiser shot up so much here? Interesting. When is the last time you watched a movie? What do you mean, like at the cinemas or at home? Because I tend to watch films quite a bit at home. It's quite a nice way just to unwind mentally from doing the streams and everything. At home, I tend to watch, like, I don't know, at least one film every week, if not more than that. Yeah, I'll tend to watch at least one every week. What was the last one that I watched? What was the last one? Now I'm having to think about it. I can't actually remember. Can't remember what the last one was that I watched. I can't remember. How embarrassing. I do watch one every week though, because being on Prime, Amazon Prime, there's just a whole catalog, isn't there, of like stuff you can watch. So give that a watch, and then Netflix as well. See what's on Netflix. In fact, actually, probably the one film that I can remember. What was it called? It was really weird. It was on Netflix, and it was about kind of like the world ending. Who did it have in it? It had Julia Roberts in it. Yeah, is it this one here? Yeah, Leave the World Behind. Yeah. I watched that one there. Leave the World Behind. I kind of enjoyed it. It was a bit weird, and it kind of kept you guessing what's going on. Yeah. If you haven't watched it, I kind of recommend it, but it's not the best film you're ever going to see, but it kept me guessing all the way through. Yeah. Must have been a good movie. And it's got, you know what? Julia Roberts in that film, Julia Roberts has aged so well. Like she was always such a beautiful woman, right? Always when she was younger. And just with age, she's still maintained so much beauty. Just incredible. She's like, how old is she? She's like 50, isn't she? Yeah, she's 56, right? She's 56 and she looks amazing. In the film, she just looks so good still. She's like a vampire. Doesn't seem to really age too much. American Star the other night bored the pants off me. What's American Star? I don't even know what film that is, actually. Doesn't sound that great. The one film I want to watch when it becomes available, because I would never go to the cinema. It was on at the cinema, and I would never go and pay money to go and watch this film at the cinema. But if it finally makes its way on Prime or Netflix, I'll give it a watch for a laugh. Is that Cocaine Bear? Because that apparently is meant to be kind of okay, but I thought it was a joke. When I first heard about this film, I actually thought it was a joke, that like there's no way that they're going to do a film called Cocaine Bear. And they did, and it is based on a true story, but they obviously Hollywood it up. But it is actually about a bear that stumbled across a dropped package of cocaine from a drug dealer and then had a wild 24 hours or so. Was it funny? Was it good? Okay, I gotta watch it. When I saw it, I thought, oh my God, that looks a bit bizarre. And I really didn't, as I say, I didn't think it was a true story or anything. And then I started to hear that it was actually pretty good. I thought, I wouldn't mind seeing that, but I don't want to go to the cinema because cinemas are expensive, right? Like if I go to the cinema, I'll happily spend a lot of money at the cinema to go and watch a film that I really want. Like, for example, the new Joker film that's coming out, Joker 2, 100% I'll be going to the cinema on day one to watch that. I don't care how much it costs. I want to go and see that at the cinema. I'm a big Joker fan. And so, yeah, I'll go and watch that. But yeah, Cocaine Bear, I want to watch, but I just don't want to pay a shitload to watch it at the cinema. But you guys say it's good? Roadhouse is meant to be kind of shitty, no? The new Roadhouse, I was watching parts of it. It just, I can't really stand Conor McGregor, to be honest with you. And the parts that I was watching, there was too much Conor McGregor. It was too much like, oh no. I couldn't deal with it. What's this here? Want to plan ahead, let us give you an edge. Newly announced competitions. Okay, it's just a way for them to upgrade, for you to upgrade. No, he can't. He can't at all. Right, what are we doing here? Sorry. Wills, also, thank you so much for the Prime, man. Thank you so much for the sub, Wills. I massively appreciate it. Welcome back into the channel. Is it time for the new game week in Ultimate Champions? It must have started by now, no? Or maybe it hasn't. What is going on here? There we go. Okay, it starts in 30 minutes. Okay. Yeah, let's just give this a last double check here. Yeah, pretty happy with that. Does Trafford have something in his release clause saying he has to play so many games? We're talking about the goalkeeper here. The thing is, though, if you close your eyes when Conor McGregor comes on, you can still hear him. So I'd have to close my eyes and then cover my ears, and then you're watching a film, but you're not really watching it. You might as well just turn it off. Okay, that's fine. Let's close that down. One of the other things that I wanted to do, what was it? Because I think, you know, to be honest with you, looking at the upcoming game week, we've started to build our lineups already. So these are our lineups for the Prem. And then in Challenger, we have just our community team for the moment. Could probably put another team out in here, but it'd be a bit of a crappy team. And then Contender, we have just a rare team, which I think is the only thing that we can put out here. And then All-Star, we've done our All-Star already. And then we're going into the cap modes again pretty aggressively, where we're going into all of the cap modes apart from cap 220 rare, just because cap 220 rare, we don't really now have, we're basically running out of players everywhere that we could put Yildirim in, for example. We'll put something out here just so we can put a team out, but it's really crappy. Oh, we're going to do one limited as well, of course, right? Yeah, we're really scraping the barrel here, look. Let's do that for now. All right, cool. Guys, are there any more throw your hats in the rings that we can do? So far, we have had 3 predictions from the community, so thank you so much for them. 3-1, 2-1, and 1-1. We have another 11 games where you guys can predict, and if you do predict, then you're going to have a chance to win a limited card, so or a rare card. you have a chance to win a card if you get your prediction 100% correct. So let me know now if there's any more. If not, then what we'll probably do is we'll do a raid and we'll end a little bit earlier. Might do one Friday. That's totally cool, man. If they're available Friday still, then you will be able to do one. But keep in mind that if they all get snapped up, then you'll miss out. So if they're still available Friday, we can definitely do it. Okay, cool. All right. I think if there's nothing else then from anyone, we'll probably call it a day early today. We are going to do a raid though. It's worth us trying to do a raid. We haven't done one in a while. Let's have a little look and see who's on. Okay, so we've got Monaco, we've got Thork. Those are the only two other streamers on Twitch that are doing Sorare stuff. So why don't we jump into Thork's channel here, see what he's doing. They do speak French, so it could be a little bit lost on a lot of you guys if you don't speak French, but you could also probably just follow along and get the gist of what they're talking about here. So we're going to go and raid the channel now. Thank you so much, guys, for all the support on today, for the follows, the subs. Thank you for everyone making the time to jump in. This channel doesn't exist without you guys, so thank you so much indeed. And we're going to be back again tomorrow. Usual time, usual place, 12 p.m. UK time. In the meantime, we're going to go and do a raid. So please jump into the raid here. You'll get even more coupons, which will help you to win rewards in the game. Well, on the stream anyway. All right, guys, I'll see you in the Thork stream for a little bit, and then I'll see you all tomorrow. So thank you, and have a good evening.